Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning from wherever you are, and welcome to The World's Gone Insane. Let's talk about it. The world has gone insane, and Gary's got a messy ass room. As you can see, I have shaved my beard. I'm looking trim. I've grown my hair out, and it's just sometimes you got to change your look. And it's very hot, so I'm wearing the best top. And let's crack on, baby. Okay, so we've got lots to talk about, and we are going to start with everybody's favorite Greek tragedy, gaming news. Now, unless you've been living under a rock, you would have seen the absolute mauling that has happened at Microsoft lately. And I mean, what can you say when you are a successful small studio and you do well with a game like Hi-Fi Rush that sells gangbusters, and your head's still shut you down? Well, this is what we're going to talk about here. So I have an article confirmed. No, I don't want all your cookies on my bloody browser. Fuck off. Let me just turn off all these cookies. Ridiculous. Right, there we go. Okay. So inside Microsoft's turmoil, let me share that with everyone as well.
Hello, Daniel Vance, by the way.
Hello, Vance. Asteroids, Myth, Resident Evil, and Ultima included in the World Video. You Americans and your Hall of Fames.
Falling asleep, that might happen today because I have stuffed myself to the raft.
You look it too. You look like you're tired of shit. Like I could see you like passing out here in the next few.
I look like shit. He needs a haircut. That's what it
is. He needs a haircut.
Very bloated. I even took a second shower just now, just to like revitalize myself. Yeah.
Nice. My legs are completely fucked, man. I did yesterday. Hang on, I'll come back to this. Yesterday, my brother was like suddenly decided, yeah, we'll come around and clear out the shed. I'm like, oh, I've just done like loads of walking to do the shopping and other bits. Then he comes, then we clear out the shed. Then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna load all this shit into my car because I need to go to the dump. And so I was like, fuck it. I went to the dump early hours this morning. 48 cans of paint, 6 big bags of rubble and bricks and shit, and my knees are murdering me. But it's out of the way now, so now I can scratch my balls because Quinn's birthday tomorrow, so I'm going to their party. And on that note, onto the article. So, just hours after learning that Microsoft was shutting down a number of game studios this week, Dinga Bakaba, sorry if I butchered that name, head of Microsoft-owned Arcane Leon, those are the people I believe that are working on the Blade game, decided to let the company know how he felt about the decision right in public. So yeah, he posted this on Twitter. So this is I think this is the studio that are working on Blade. So don't throw us into a golden fever gambit. Don't use us as strawmen for miscellaneous blind spots, and don't make our work environment Darwinian jungles. How beautifully was that written? And of course, this is basically saying, don't prop us up when things go well, and then don't feed us to the wolves when things go bad. So Bakaba, whose studio wasn't impacted by the layoffs this week, said his message was aimed at any executive reading this, including the Xbox leaders behind the latest wave of layoffs. It was a rare public display of criticism, but sources at Microsoft tell me it reflects a growing discontent and fear among Xbox employees about what comes next. Microsoft's latest round of layoffs. So, and also, I want to be clear here, so a lot of people understand. This person is able to speak out because he's in France, and they have better worker protections there, where you can criticize your boss publicly and not get fired. Like in America, if you breathe wrong, you get fired. Okay, so Arcane Austin's big Redfall update was on the way. Everyone remembers Redfall? That was a massive disaster. One of the worst games of the year last year, I believe.
Yep.
And it was due a massive update, including an offline mode, and the DLC was being worked on just hours before the studio was closed. So the studio, I believe this is a studio that brought us Dishonored. which were
yeah.
Yeah. Arcade Austin is the one that brought you up Dishonored, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
I mean, Redfall had the had all the indications of being a flaming a corporate mandate of somebody in a big saying, "This is the game you need to make." It's like, fuck it. It's like you could have done something interesting with that premise.
It's. I mean, it's literally. I've cut my hand, got my beard again. It's literally what you just said, Gary. They didn't want to make this game.
Yep.
They wanted to crack on with Dishonored 3, but it was a studio. It was the heads that mandated that they should make live services because everyone is obsessed with live services. And
oh my god,
live services. Now, look, I understand games are expensive. Okay, yes, they're expensive to make, and if you get it right, you can get your live services like. I always use Call of Duty as an example. They're not perfect in any way, but because it's Activision and because they're egregious, I use them as an example where I play Call of Duty. I accumulate plenty of coins to get the battle pass. I've never spent any money on Call of Duty outside of buying it, but you can get enough COD points to kind of get a battle pass, and then when you complete that battle pass, you've got enough coins to keep going like that. Okay.
Yep.
And the stuff you get there is cosmetics. Any weapons and guns that are on the battle pass, everyone can unlock those no matter what. So it's not like pay to win and all this. I think they've got the right balance. The games themselves need a lot of improvement, but in terms of monetization, they've got a good balance. Helldivers 2, the absolute perfect balance there. Okay, biggest game of the year outside of the absolute disaster that PlayStation levied on the studio about the PSN game, which thankfully backfired, and people that are exclusively PC players don't need to have a PlayStation account to play the game anymore. So those are good examples of good live services. On the flip side, you have your Suicide Squad and soulless garbage. And then what happens? They
took $200 million of a hit.
Huh?
They took $200 million of a hit.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Rick. I haven't played Helldivers, so I can't speak. And we're talking Helldivers 2. I don't know if you mean the same two games. But I'm just saying in terms of good live service games, okay?
Yep.
Whereas Suicide Squad, yeah. And who's going to pay for that? I mean, half of that studio's gone now. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up shutting that studio down. Oh, Gary, go ahead, mate.
I mean, the thing is, with Redfall, I mean, all right, if you want a game to compare it to Vampire the Masquerade. I mean, that game, when did that game come out? Like, I think about 2002. And it keeps on being so popular that even now it's making money because people are buying, like, expanded packs and remasters and whatever. So if you make something it doesn't have to be the most expensive game ever. You can just work to a budget, just make a good story, and people will play that. Vampire the Masquerade is janky as hell graphically, but people come back to it for the story. And with Redfall, they could have done the same thing.
Again, time and time again, what have we said about games? Doesn't matter about the graphics. The graphics are irrelevant. Yeah. Look at Fortnite. Look at Minecraft. Two of the most successful games of all time, next to obviously GTA 5 is the most successful.
And they look like shit, but people love the fuck out of Minecraft and Fortnite.
Yeah, because the gameplay is great. Yep. You know, I'm not a fan of battle royale games, but the amount of times I've played Fortnite, I thought the gameplay mechanics were top notch, fantastic.
Yep.
But battle royale is just not my cup of tea. I mean, PUBG was like, the Dom Perignon of battle royale games for me. That was great because you could literally use a frying pan to bat an oncoming grenade. I mean, that is just genius mechanics. That's when I talk about game mechanics being like doing shit that aren't necessary but are awesome. That's the kind of shit I mean. But anyway, I don't want to go off on a tangent. I'm just saying, Microsoft, they went on a big buying spree, okay, but because they wanted people on that Game Pass. But the numbers have not been growing on that Game Pass, and now every time they just want to put the price up on the Game Pass. It's like, hang on a second, mate.
Mm-hmm.
The games are $70.
Yes,
and they're egregiously greedy or broken, and then you want the Game Pass on top of that, where I can get all these games, but the problem is your exclusives suck, and then you keep putting up the price. I've got. Why? Why do I want to keep streaming my? Why do I want Xbox?
And here's what's funnier. Here's what's funnier. They're debating about putting Call of Duty on Game Pass. Just fucking do it. Just do it. You're gonna make more money that way. You're gonna get more people to sub to Game Pass if you put Black Ops 5 this November, day one, on the service. And if you don't, why the fuck did you acquire the studio to begin with? Why? That's what I want to know.
I think this is what does my nut in. Why did you acquire? Like, it's the same with Embracer. They're going this big buying spree. There's no quality control. There's no oversight. Okay, Bethesda are still as shit as they've always been. Okay, like still talking bollocks, still delivering nothing. And Embracer bought all these studios. They delivered absolute garbage games that were beyond mediocre, and they overexpanded, overspent, and it's biting them on the arse. And sadly, it's the workers that suffer. They're the ones that get fired. The executives are going to be just fine.
Yeah, because they're sleeping in their $30 million penthouses with their $10 million yacht, and fuck you, give me money. That's Microsoft.
Yeah, and my big issue with Microsoft is Microsoft doesn't know gaming, and I know that's like, what do you mean by that? They don't know gaming in a sense that if you take away their acquisitions, what exclusives stand out for you within the last 2 generations? Nor Halo, nor Gears of War. I think Forza's been the only standout, but Gears of War and Halo, the last 2 generations have been like nothing stand out. Okay? Been gone, forgotten, or launched and been a disaster, eventually fixed, but irrelevant.
After the Gears of War trilogy, like the 4 and 5, they were okay.
Yeah, they weren't great.
They tweaked things. They tried to make some open world levels and stuff like that. But I don't mind the games and where the storyline went. I was very disappointed that you got rid of 4-player co-op. What made 3 fantastic. With the story mode. I mean, they tried to sell it that we're going back to 2-player traditional co-op. No, that's regression. Like games are expanding with more bigger PvE modes, and so hopefully when Gear 6 comes out, which is apparently there'll be videos of that coming out at the next Xbox Big Summer Spectacular where they showcase their shit.
When's that going to be? Because I want to.
I heard it's in June.
Okay, because I might be here for a watch along for the channel.
Yeah,
I might show up for that.
All right.
Yeah. So. Yeah, exactly. So they'll showcase the game, but they need to bring back some of the elements that made the original trilogy so popular. I mean, the 4 and 5 wasn't so bad, but what they tried to do not necessarily improve things in the right way. So
yeah.
But with Game Pass raising their price, it's like, okay, so what my gripe is we're possibly going to be paying more for less. Why should we stick around for this? If you're going to raise it to $20, what do we get? What's the incentive? Why should we stay here? If we're not getting Call of Duty on Game Pass, I see no reason to stick around, personally.
Yeah, I mean,
much.
This issue. Yeah, but the thing is, again, Rick, it wasn't a smash success. That's the problem, and it launched as a disaster, and that's what fucked it up, unfortunately. And this is what I mean, like 13 quid for Game Pass. And that's probably going to go up to 15 quid.
Yeah.
Too, because they want to jack it up some more. It's just not worth it,
have these studios never heard of a budget? like set these people a reasonable budget. Say, right, if we want to sell, let's say, example, you want to sell, I don't how many units to make a profit. You say, right, we need to work to this budget. We want get to look as well as you can because you have probably like people on it. I mean, the thing is it can't look any worse than games look at the moment because these flaming live services games look like shit.
It's not the budget. Look, they had the budgets. But the problem
it's the heads.
It's what the games wanted, and they were assigning studios that weren't used to working on these kind of games. Prime example, Redfall. You know, when you had like kind of when you go from like the games that you had to Redfall, which was live service bundle of crap, and also the amount of people working in that studio aren't the same numbers as the ones that once worked there. You know, things spiral, and this is when you end up spending more money because you're working with. So a good example of a well-oiled studio that knows its limits and knows what it does is the studio behind like your Titanfall, Jedi, Survivor, all this kind of stuff. I forget the name of the studio now, but the ones that did Apex Legends, all of that. Okay, Respawn Entertainment. That they practically saved EA. In outside of like their sports games, because they've created that battle royale game that EA wanted, and it's been very successful. They've done an excellent Star Wars game after EA fucked up Star Wars so bad that Disney were like, okay, you do no longer have exclusive rights to the license, which is something that no studio should ever be allowed to do, ever. They should be allowed to license it, but everyone can license it because that's competition. If you monopolize it, you end up with boring crap like Battlefront games.
Madden.
Madden, your FIFAs, and all this kind of shit. It's just garbage. What's this one? I like Humble Monthly, Rick B. It's like $10 a month for 12 games, and you get 20% off store purchases. That's still too. So anyway, that's Microsoft. I don't really need to read further. You guys have seen all the news, like they've just shut all these studios down, and because where do they go? Like, what's next for Microsoft? I mean, you've got all these studios. You're just going to make more cuts.
Here's what makes it worse. By 2030, if they don't get like 50 million projected subscribers for Game Pass, they're getting the fuck out of the market. Well, it's looking that way because, like I said, what's the incentive? Why are we still subbing to Game Pass if we're not going to get Call of Duty? Why?
Yeah. And plus, the thing is that they're basically going down the EA path of a studio has one flop and they get rid of it. Like this is what EA was famous for. I'm going to say about 10 years ago. Dead Space. They do the same live service bullshit with that. What happens? Dead. And it's one of the best horror franchises, I think, in gaming.
Yeah, Dead Space is a great example of that. You know, two phenomenal games, and then the third one, you wanted to go live service with it, and it was just like, why? And you killed the studio. You just killed the franchise. You killed the studio, and then you relaunch a very successful remake, and then it's like, oh, it didn't sell enough, so then that. The next project there is cancelled. But you even have Hi-Fi Rush, which was a very successful game. Okay. And these smaller studios making bangers, like even 2K Games, like shut down their like I think it's called like Private Development. I think that was the name of the studio, something like that. They shut them down after, even though they had a string of successful games. It's like you can't win, you're fucked either way. You make something successful, and you're at the mercy of the executives. I don't play COD, so I'm not bothered about it. But it would make sense to put it on Game Pass. Well, look, it's one of the biggest gaming franchises. This is what Sony were holding up the Activision acquisition for, because they want that Call of Duty money, because that's what makes Sony the most money. It's Call of Duty and FIFA. That's what makes them the money. It's not their exclusives. Their exclusives are fucking expensive. Like Spider-Man 2, massively successful, and I think it just about broke even.
Yeah, they came out just about even with Spider-Man.
Yeah, but I'd say
It was a letdown.
like,
That's why it was.
Sorry, go on, Dan.
Spider-Man 2. It was like some games they don't. You look forward to them because of the previous game, but then they don't necessarily take the game to the next level. And unfortunately, Spider-Man 2 was that game.
Yeah, it felt like just more of an extension of the first.
Yeah.
Yep.
You got 2 Spider-Men. Give us fucking co-op.
Mm-hmm.
People were clamoring for that. Give us co-op, but they played it safe. They really did. And they can't afford to do that with the next game. They really can't.
No.
Well, I mean, with Wolverine, there has to be 2-player. I mean, from the leaks, we know there's going to be other characters in there and all of that. You know, but even if that's single player, X-Men, which is then coming after Wolverine, if that's single player, that you're fucked.
You're fucked.
Stupid.
Yeah.
You're fucked.
I mean,
because you are literally, if I could play Ultimate Alliance, as multiplayer, which are the best Marvel games ever made. Don't at me, bro. Right?
Bro.
Yeah. X-Men Legends 1 and 2, Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2. Forget Ultimate Alliance 3. That was a pile of shit. Well, you liked it?
Oh, my heart. Why? Oh, why?
I hate it. Because Ultimate Alliance 2 is one of my top 3 favorite games of all time. And 3 was just a massive, just frustrating downgrade. I'm sorry. It took me 45 minutes in the training room to try and kill Doc Ock, and he wouldn't die. His legs it was just broken garbage. Fuck. Anyway, but when you've got games like that and they're multiplayer, and we're talking, PlayStation 1 and 2 era and the PS3 era, and then you're going to do Spider-Man 2, and that's not multiplayer. And then if you give us X-Men, that's not multiplayer.
You got a problem. You got a problem.
Gave us Guardians, which wasn't multiplayer. How can you make a Guardians of the Galaxy game and make it only PT Quill?
That was a full co-op game on the table.
Quill.
Yeah. Yep.
Ridiculous.
I thought that Guardians game was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
It was a good game, but it should have been a multiplayer.
Yeah,
I agree with you, but the problem is it probably would have been famous Suicide Squad again.
Yeah, I got something I want to bitch about. I have something I want to bitch about related to gaming. Okay, so AEW is re-releasing Fight Forever for what, the 3rd or 4th fucking time now. Oh. They're doing a $100 edition of the game featuring all 4 season passes. Yeah, they are. They're trying so fucking hard to recoup the money that they lost, and it's just like, guys, you lost. Accept it. Your game is just it's done. It's dead. It's over. Let's move on.
Well, they had a opportunity to do something good with it, and they put it on.
They did.
Yeah.
It's just like Tony, dude. It's over. Accept it. Start working on Fight Forever 2. I mean, because I only got the 1 season pass, and I have no desire to buy any of the other DLC unless it gets massively discounted. Because I'm not paying $20 per season pass. You're out of your fucking mind.
Right,
I'm not doing that.
If I respond to Rick, Spider-Man 2 was okay, and I had fun playing it too. As a cinematic film, it was great.
The story was phenomenal.
Yeah, phenomenal. But as a game, it needed to be, offer a lot more than what the first one did, and it didn't.
There was a lot of issues as well in terms of like response time between like button input and what the game was doing. I had a lot of issues there when I'm dodging perfectly and it's not dodging. I died so many times because the game just wasn't responding well.
Yep.
And it broke the swinging. The swinging was so bad in this game. So bad.
I do think that is it Rocksteady? He doesn't know it's not Rocksteady, does it?
Sucker Punch. It's on that.
Yeah, what something that needs to do is they need to, for the next one, refine that money mechanic, because people are going to start going, that mechanic is not worth playing the game for.
Yeah.
Because even I, I mean, like, I enjoyed the first one, but the first one should have been like a stepping stone to better stuff.
Well, they never actually had some of the elements from the first one in the second one. Even like there'll be times when I'll be just swinging along, going to my next mission, and then boom, out of nowhere, I get speared by Taskmaster, and now I've got to deal with him because he, like I wanted some of that. I wanted some of my mission types to hit me when I wasn't expecting it. Like I want some of the bad guys to come at me before I get there. Like all of these sort of things. Those are sort of moments I like that get you on your toes. Like that Taskmaster, that Taskmaster level in the first game was brilliant because I just never expected it. It just came out of nowhere, And I wanted some of that. You never got any of that in the second game. None of that.
Yeah, I agree. Well, you're a tip.
Yeah, of course you will. Of course you will. Mm-hmm.
You're a tip. You're an absolute simp for Khan. You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this is what I mean. So it's like, I personally, I'd just be like, look, just scale back games. They don't have to be massive life service, world-ending crap. Make them for half the money, half the size, and at least you can have a sustainable market. And then eventually, you can find that little life service that you're so fucking obsessed with. But the problem is, one thing becomes successful, and everyone just wants to emulate it. So.
Yeah,
ever since the PS3 era, when like first-person games, because like Halo and Call of Duty became very successful, every fucking game was a bloody first-person game. Yep. It was just like, all the best studios were swallowed by the big bastards, and then so innovation died. They're like capitalism breeds innovation. No, it doesn't. It just destroys competition, and you end up with Coke or Pepsi.
I'm gonna make a bold prediction. I think the gaming bubble is gonna burst after PS5 Series X. I really do. I think the gaming bubble is gonna go burst, and people are gonna be like, "Yeah, fuck this, we're out," because there's too much. It's too much of the same shit. Games are too expensive.
No, it's an industry that it's too big to fail. And I know I'm not trying to draw comparisons to like banks and all that, but the gaming is not dying. It's like music. It's just not going anywhere anytime soon.
But for Microsoft,
sales for consoles might die.
Yeah,
as more people just move into mobile and PC gaming. But in terms of the gaming industry, no. The only thing that will destroy the gaming industry, the only thing that will die in the gaming industry, might be the big studios that swallowed everyone else up.
Yep.
But there's plenty of like indie gaming now is thriving as a result of the big studio failures.
I think people's phones, by the way, in the future, give it 10, 15 years, they'll be no different to a fucking PS5 or PS6, whatever that may be. They'll be just as powerful. You could just plug your phone into a docking station. You'll be able to take calls simultaneously. All of this shit. It's going to be so much more combined. Your phone's going to be everything.
Everything. Gaz, let me give the floor to Gaz. Sorry.
I'd say that but what these big studios should do is look at what these small indie studios are doing and do that. Because it's like
they just buy them out.
Well, not buy them out, but I'm just saying big small games that you can make a profit on. Just make these little gems. Because the thing is that flaming back in the Nintendo. I mean, Nintendo does this all the bloody time. They make little gems that because they're part of a established franchise. Like for example, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Both of these, massive games, but they're not live services. They're not got any of these. They might have mechanics that are a little bit flawed, but there's nothing about the games that you think, I'm not playing that anymore. It's literally like you have a good story with a good time attached to it. And the thing is, so if I sold it, I'd learn from that and thinking, right, how do we replicate that? We need to do these things.
You can't, because like Zam just said, what's going to happen with indie studios? They just end up getting bought out. The cycle's always going to repeat itself. An indie studio, an indie studio will always take off, and then they get bought out, and then the cycle repeats. It always happens like this.
Look at Hello Games when they made No Man's Sky. I mean, at the time,
oh my god,
No Man's Sky was a disaster. But at the time, 10 years ago or 11 years ago, when I first saw that game being previewed, I thought, oh my god, this is the most phenomenal thing I've ever seen. but Sony bought them. Like, fuck making our own game. We'll just buy them and then ride this gravy train, which is what they ended up doing. That's what they do. Instead of why they've got the money now, just to see anybody who's coming at the woodwork, anyone in the grassroots, and just chopping the legs from underneath them, taking them over, and then and telling them what to do and structure it their way.
Yeah, Abby, I agree. Yeah,
I mean, Abby did. So this is what happened. So I mean, this has always happened since the beginning of time, but this is what killed the gaming industry in the first place. So in the mid 2000s, Microsoft, Activision, EA, well, they were the main ones. I'm sure there was others. Okay, they bought up all these fantastic small studios, especially ones from like England and France. So in England, you had like Eidos Interactive, Psygnosis, Rockstar Games, all this kind of stuff. These were British studios, and they got bought up. TT Games, which make like the Lego games and all of that, they're based in Manchester, but they're owned by fucking Warner Brothers or whoever owns them, American companies and all this kind of shit. And then what happened is they got boxed in. So they were making everything. Then they got boxed in to make one particular thing. So Codemasters, for example, got boxed into just making the rally games rather than like, the awesome Micro Machine games and other stuff that they were really good at. And then they got boxed in that, and people just got fed up. So those studios kind of left, and then they got Skeleton Crew, and then those games flopped, and they just ended up again. We've seen the EA how they shut down. This is going to happen again. Yep. All these indie studios, eventually they're going to need funding. The big studios are going to come in. They'll be like, yeah, come with me. And they're like, oh, fuck, here we go. Rinse, repeat.
And speaking of EA, did you guys hear about their latest fuckery that they're considering?
Go on, tell us.
What?
Putting ads in video games. Yes, that might.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yep. Yeah. Why? Like, what did we do? What did we do to deserve this?
Yeah, it's this never-ending need for like your quarterly growth shit. And Abby, LucasArts breaks my heart. It breaks my heart what happened there, because LucasArts were doing great. Then they hired this fucking idiot person as their head. Okay, this was like the Kathleen Kennedy of LucasArts games. Absolutely destroyed the fucking studio. And then I can't remember if they got bought out by Disney, and then Disney just shut them. I think Disney ended on them.
Yeah, Disney just basically pulled it. That doesn't work for me, brother, and that's how that ended.
Yeah, but they were dead before Disney bought them. They were dead because they hired this absolute incompetent fucking moron. And LucasArts Games is one of the greatest game studios ever. Great. It's given us some of the best games ever. Not just the Star Wars games, like your Monkey Island games, your Indiana Jones games, and so many other games. And that one killed me. Sierra was another great studio.
I was just doing some LucasArts games. Like Data Tentacle, Fabian, Game All Night, Fabian, all this sort of really good stuff.
Yeah, great bloody games. And, we've lost the best stuff, and when these big companies have monopolies, they're just the heart and soul of what made these studios great. Another one that broke my heart as well, and I blame Peter Molyneux just as much as anyone, was Lionhead Studios, which used to be Bullfrog Studios, which gave us the Fable games. And but because Peter Molyneux was ahead of that, and the games that he made, what was that God game that he made, Gary?
I don't know what you mean. Was it Black and White?
Yeah, that's it, Black and White. And it was a boring fucking game. I had it on PC. You get your own your god, and then you get your little fucking disciple thing that you nurture and grow and all. And it was rubbish.
I did. It was rubbish.
And because of that, no, go on, guys.
As I said, yeah, but the Fable games, he kept on saying how good they are. Now, the thing is, the Fable games are fine, but they're not as extraordinary like he keeps on promising. It's like the guy keeps on promising the fucking world and gives us nothing. That's why I have zero anticipation for the the new Fable game that's coming
out. Yeah, I mean, Peter Molyneux is the Hulk Hogan of the games industry.
Yeah,
just the amount of lies that he does, and he never delivered. And he's also his own worst enemy because he drove himself and his studios out of success. When you go from great games like your Fable, your Populous, and all this kind of shit, well, you had your Populous, a couple of other games before that. Then he did Black and White, which was an absolute disaster. And then I think that's when Microsoft ended up buying them. And then we ended up with Fable, which the first one was phenomenal. The second one was great. The third one was a massive step down. You know, it was a mess. I still enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. I love all three of those games, but they got progressively worse as they went along. But each incarnation was promised a billion things and nothing was fucking delivered.
Yep.
And then after that, I think like Peter Molyneux was just, you know, he then moved on to the Kinect and he's just like, oh, controllers are outdated. No one's going to be using them. Like, just would not, just kept Hulk Hoganing himself to the point where we just ended up with a Ric Flair situation at a bar. And yeah, just Peter Molyneux is just garbage person. When are you guys planning on doing politics? I have a friend I'd like to send a link to. You know, whenever.
We'll let you know.
Yeah, we'll let you know. We're doing games now. Who wants to talk politics?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, like, the thing is that like the indie studio did a new Monkey Island game, and actually I've been playing it. It's been pretty decent. The animation quality isn't great, but when it's the indie studio, you can kind of let that go. It's not been too bad. I think you might like it.
It was all right. Yeah, it didn't have the same heart. Like, I remember me and my brother getting really excited. Then we saw the art style and we were like, they should have just gone with the old pixelated style. It would have just sold gangbusters. You know, don't bring your own flavor to something that was beloved and well established if you know it's not going to be well received.
Yep.
Just don't do it. It's like getting the Force Awakens, then Rian Johnson's like, I'm going to do my way. And then it's just like, or when writers are like, oh, we don't care about the source material. We're just going to write things our way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's just like.
See how that works out for you.
Yes, that went well, didn't you? Fucking idiots. Anyway, anything else on gaming? I think we've covered the
fuck Microsoft. They're going down. I think by 2030 they're going to be out of the gaming industry. I think it's going to happen.
I don't know. We'll see. You're right. I'll eat a salad on stream.
Okay, good. So I gotta wait 5.5 years for that to happen.
I mean, you eat salad, yeah. That's it. Guys,
I'm just trying to think of the other games that are kind of like sticking out to me as, oh, that sounds interesting. But at the moment, there isn't, and that's a real shame.
No, Stellar Blade and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are pretty much going to be your 2 games of the year if you're a single player guy. Those will be the ones that you'll be playing.
No, Helldivers 2 is going to be game of the year.
And Helldiver 2.
Yeah. You have to elaborate on this for me, Vance. What was I going to say? I forgot. Oh, I'll tell you what. One thing that is guaranteed that big studios will be using to make their games is AI.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Yeah, they're going to be implementing that a lot more.
So instead of flaming loot boxes or flaming live services ruining games, we've got ChatGPT doing it.
Yeah,
ChatGPT.
Yeah. Where it's like ludicrous bloody rubbish.
Listen, I guarantee you, you're going to end up like AI will become so advanced. If we go a decade forward, you're just going to type some shit into like ChatGPT and it'll make an entire game for you based on the prompts that you've given it. Okay. Yep. And people think, what are you on about? I'm like, well, I can tell you now. Okay. Because I, do the AI imagery stuff. I play around with it. Just fun little shit that I do. The amount that it's advanced from like DALL-E, which was the first thing that came out that looked really fucking shit and stupid. And that was just 2 years ago, to where we are now, to already moving on to phenomenal animation, not like that trailer I showed you guys last week, which was a fucking nightmare, but like towards animation and all this. And gaming is no different. This is where gaming is going now, as well. So just saying, like, soon you'll be able to just do it all on your own using fucking AI.
And these little shit, and you little shits from this generation, you little shits don't know how lucky you are to have Chat GPT, because now Chat GPT is going to do your homework for you. We didn't have that shit when we were growing up. We actually had to do research. Lucky fuckers.
I don't know. The idea of like everything being done by the computer, it scares the fuck out of me, man. Like if our future, the people who are our future, who are gonna run this country, run our planet, who are younger than us, if they're relying on fucking AI to do everything, it's a scary fucking thought, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, let me read this comment. This article sent to us by
thank you.
Okay, so Microsoft developed a secret AI model exclusively for US spy agencies. Bloomberg reported the GPT-4 based model is air-gapped, meaning it's not connected to the internet. It's part of a broader effort by intelligence agencies to use AI for more efficient data handling. Let me read this in here. So we'll continue reading. Okay. William Chappell, a strategic missions and technology CTO, told Bloomberg that Microsoft spent 18 months working on the model, which is air-gapped, so it's secure and can only be accessed by the US government. Chappell told the outlet that the model based on GPT-4 is now live, can answer questions and be able to write code. It can read, analyze files, but cannot learn from them to stop sensitive information entering the platform. He reportedly said it is yet to be tested and accredited by the intelligence agencies. In an article published by CIA in December, Dennis J. Gleason, a former director of strategy, wrote, "Today's chatbots are not intelligent, but our initiative exciting and full of potential in the context of the volumes and varieties of information the intelligence community collects, processes, triages, and uses in support for its global mission." He added that the AI is a strategic shift in how we think about interacting with massive volumes of data. Shita Patel, Assistant Director of the CI of the Transnational and Technology Mission Center, reportedly told a security conference last month that countries are facing to get generative AI onto the intelligence data, adding that she wants the US to win the race. Intelligence agencies have long wanted to use AI to handle data more efficiently. The Directorate of the National Intelligence, which acts as its head of intelligence community, launched the AIM initiative in 2019 to help agencies, including the CIA, to process large amounts of data and fundamentally change the way it produces intelligence. The CIA is even hiring an artificial intelligence specialist, according to the career section of its website, to help realize its AI ambitions. The role involves lending a hand with data processing for annual salary of up to $172,000. Microsoft and CIA didn't immediately respond to request for comment from the Business Insider, made outside work normal working hours. If you enjoyed this story, blah blah blah. All right, there you go.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So non-internet powered AI generator.
Cool. All right.
I can't fathom that, to tell you the truth. Like, how do you is it like for an intranet? Is it that? Is it intranet?
Mm-hmm.
No idea. My brain does not reach that far. But I tell you what, are you guys talking about like using AI to kind of write your schoolwork and all this kind of shit? For I remember when I was at university, like the
lucky shit.
Yeah. But when I was at university, I literally found an article on like the digital age, which that's how old I am, of television. And all that. So I grabbed the article and I just copy and pasted it in because it was obscure away. I thought, I'll be safe. Anyway, sitting in the lecturer's talking about the subject matter. He's like, and here's an article written by somebody, and it's the fucking article into the thing. So I was like, Jesus Christ.
I want to die.
I wanted to die because I had submitted it that morning. So, but I went up to him. I came clean. I said, look, I've literally lifted that article. I put it in there. I have quoted it, and it was just like, that's fine. Do you understand what it said? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I literally just copied it. But thankfully, Richard, he was a cool dude. He was like, yeah, that's because that's the industry. Just copy and paste. Don't fucking worry about it. So, oh my god. But AI stuff is like, yeah, it's interesting. Me and my brother are going to be doing courses on it as well because there's money to be made. It's like, so yeah, cool. Right, okay, that's Microsoft done. Moving on to film and TV. Might as well get them out of the way. There's nothing major.
Oh, there is.
Well, I mean, sort of. Right. There's going to be a new Lord of the Rings film called The Hunt for Gollum.
Oh, yeah. 3 more hours of walking. Woohoo!
Peter Jackson to produce and Andy Serkis to direct. Who the fuck needs this? Who needs a fucking Gollum? I don't give a fuck about Gollum.
Yeah, we're going to see them walk for 3 hours. Woohoo!
So did they do nothing from what happened with the game?
Oh, the game is the worst thing ever, but
the game's kind of relevant.
Adapt the game into the film.
That would be hilarious if they did that.
Yeah, it'll be just as glitchy and just as broken.
They're gonna basically try and fill in the gap between
his mocap will look fucked on purpose. Sorry, Sam.
They're gonna fill in the gap between Hobbit and the Fellowship of the Ring, where obviously they need to find Gollum. Which is what they need to find Gollum because they know he was the last person to have the ring, and he will know where the ring is. And obviously, Bilbo Baggins has it, and that's and it's just so fucking. The idea of it is stupid. Like, oh man, like Middle Earth, there's so much you can flesh out. Not everything has to be about the One Ring. You could do other stuff as well. Other stories.
You've got the Silmarillion or whatever it's called. Just work from that.
Yeah.
Plenty of crap there. Don't diverge off into shit that we don't need. It's different when you do it in games. Like in gaming, it's fine. If it's gonna work out, it's gonna work out great. Sometimes it's not gonna work out great. But film and TV, it's a different kettle of fish. You know what I mean? And yeah, what's next? You're gonna get like Hobbit's What If kind of shit. Like, what if?
Don't put that out in the universe. Don't put that out in the universe. Now that you said that, it's going to happen, and it's all your fault.
It's going to happen.
I mean, what if Sauron, instead of being the Master of Evil, was instead a Master Rapper? I got one ring and one eye. I can't see how hard you try. Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh my God. It's not about the ring that I desire. It's a pussy I want, and I want to set it on fire. Some shit like that. Her ring.
I think that's a different kind of Lord of the Rings film.
I saw that Lord of the Rings movie. That was a good one. Yeah, must destroy the ring. I bet you will.
It's just a one-off movie. It's not a trilogy.
I don't know. I think Warner Brothers will release the first of its new batch of live-action Lord of the Rings films in 2026. Oh, so they're making more.
The
project is currently early stages.
It's set to be a trilogy. Vance just said.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yep.
What are they going to do? For him to have Andy Serkis going, it's the question. What the fuck?
It's just going to be 9 hours of it. It's just going to be 9 hours of them walking through like mountains and the woods and all that kind of shit.
No. It's going to be 9 hours of walking in the cave.
Yep.
Are you talking about Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
Yeah, they're making a Gollum film.
I have a dirty little secret. I went to see the first one in the theater, and I walked out.
Oh my God! Fellowship of the Ring.
Whatever the first one that was released, I walked out because there was beautiful scenery, but they would pan over mountains for a minute, and I was like, okay, I could have taken 15 seconds of it. I got it. It was beautiful. My eyes processed that quickly. let's move on to something else.
That's because you live in Canada and you've got all that already.
Well, where I live, we have hills.
I see no moose. Hey, I'm leaving.
I had a moose in my garden.
See?
If the film is sort of like Gollum trying to get laid, I'm all for that. If it's a trilogy of that, if it's just like,
I know that's not jumping.
I'd like to put my dick in your. No.
Call him as an incel. Call him as an incel. It's perfect. He fits the mold. Bulky eyes, pale, skinny, thinning hair. That's it. Standing outside women's window. My precious.
Smeagol says, shake your panties off.
Oh my god! Here's something you got common with Rick B. Grace. I've always looked forward trying to watch the Lord of the Rings films.
Well, you people are heathens.
Sacrilege.
It's the greatest trilogy ever made.
Yeah, it's the greatest trilogy. Like,
you know what? It would have been if you cut 20 minutes off each film.
Outrageous. Listen,
What?
every year I will have to watch 4-hour extended editions.
Yeah.
And I never get bored of that.
You guys are the motherfuckers that got like the supercut editions of like every fucking thing where it's like 10 hours of like extra footage and like you'll sit there and you'll watch everything.
Extended editions are over 4 hours each, and I love every minute of them.
And I bet you can point out every extra 2-second bit they put in every once in a while. You're like, oh, that wasn't in the original.
Yeah.
I sometimes understand why certain scenes get put on the cutting room floor, but not with Lord of the Rings. I love it all.
Oh,
you know?
hi, Abby.
Commentary,
and the commentary, yeah. That's what you guys do. It's like you guys will sit there and you'll have a marathon. Like it's Friday night. You're like, all right, what am I doing? Nothing but watching all 3 films, and I'm going to watch all 160 hours of every fucking thing that they put into these films.
So it's not Friday night. It's Friday till Sunday.
Yeah. Me and my brother will happily, like, if I go around to his, he'd be like, what's it to watch? I said, you know what? Either slap on Rogue One or slap on Lord of the Rings extended editions, and we'll just sit there and fucking watch it. 12 hours of just absolute paradise. Mm-hmm. Well, we can't anymore because obviously, with kids around, you can't. But when they get older as well, they'll, hopefully they'll get into it.
Hi, Abby, by the way. Long time no see.
Ian Gilder.
I don't know who that is. So
Bernard Hill passed away too, age of 79.
Oh yeah, Bernard Hill, Boys of the Black Stuff. It was great. Gets a job. Hey mate, gets a job, mate. Hey, fucking hell.
Yeah.
That was King Theoden, but we knew him more from like Boys from the Black Stuff. But yeah, that was a tragedy. He was a great actor. He was. But Ian Gilder, I didn't know him. I never watched. I only watched the first series of Game of Thrones, and I just was too busy to carry on watching it. Right. So, yes, Lord of the Rings. Nobody wants that. I don't know why they're going to make it. It's unoriginal.
Money.
Well, I don't mind Lord of the Rings. It's not that story.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
Nobody wants that. I was looking forward to the Rings of Power, and that was just a pile of crap. Because, again, the writer's like, we do it our way. Oh, you fucking won't. You dozy cunts.
Because the books are great, by the way. I love the books.
Yeah, the books are fucking great. The films are great.
And even though people are excited, about Peter Jackson coming back, let's remember the Hobbit trilogy was under his banner as well, and they were shite. 1 and 2 are better. 1 and 2 has improved, nostalgia a little bit. It's a little bit better, but Battle of Five Armies, no, it just doesn't get better with age. Unfortunately, it's still crap.
Battle of Five Armies and Desolation of Smoke are dog shit. I don't mind the first one, but the 2 sequels were awful. Yeah, awful.
Sorry. Abby's down in the comment section. I was in Philadelphia for a conference, Abby. I think we met at a different conference years ago. Tell me if I'm right. It's Christine Peace from YouTube.
Yeah, I think, you guys definitely would have met in Liverpool.
Okay. That's how I met her.
Yeah.
The writers for the Rings of Power show sure.
What's it say?
Seem like they actually like the material. Yeah, she said
they didn't. Yeah, they showed contempt for the original material, and this is it's what I call the Italian Job effect, where and I use Italian Job because that was my first ever memory of we'll do it our way, where they were literally the writers were being interviewed and they're like, yeah, we glanced at the film, but we thought we'll write it our way to kind of make it the way we want to make it, and it was the biggest pile of shit ever.
Why make the Italian job then?
Huh?
Why make the Italian job then?
Exactly. If you're gonna do it your way, why bother making it? You know what I mean? That's just arrogant and typical of fucking assholes that just don't give a shit. Guys.
Just make your own film, whatever story you have in mind, and call it something else.
Yep.
It's something
There you
else.
go. Christine.
Oh,
yeah, you guys met in Liverpool.
Liverpool. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the big TV story that this week. So has anybody in here watched Baby Raider?
Not yet.
It's on my list of things to watch. I need to get myself prepared for that, but I heard it's very dark.
Yeah.
It's a bit like Misery. I heard it's got a similar vibe.
Yeah, to a degree, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, the real
Just a bit
person.
boring. Yeah.
The real person who was the person who stopped the guy who did it went on Piers Morgan. Now, usually I would avoid Piers Morgan like the plague, but I watched this week because I want to see what this lady is, and she's just as mental as she is in the show. Like,
the fat lady.
That was a good adaptation then.
The fat lady.
The fat lady, yeah.
Yeah, she was an outlaw. She was brilliant in that. She's very good at comedy.
No, not the actress. We'll talk about the real person. Baby Reindeer is based on a real story.
Oh, really?
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
The writer,
Wow.
I think, it's what happened to the writer or the actor. That's what happened to him in real life, and this is based on that. And so the woman who the show is based on was tracked down, despite everyone saying, "Please leave her alone. Stop trying to guess who it is," and all this kind of shit. There was a literal campaign to say have their anonymity, and then Piers Morgan, like the rat he is, finds her, put her on a show, and yeah, she's just she's
that was
a loony.
That was the media again, just like that. He was a British hacker who saved the NHS. Well, it was in 2016. There was a massive malware attack that went all over the world, but particularly it hit your cardiac wards in the NHS, and people were dying, and there was no health care. And this guy from his bedroom wrote anti-malware, and it came out. He didn't want his name. He didn't want to be called a hero. He didn't want anyone to know, but the media tracked him down and outed him, doxed him, basically.
Yeah.
And he's a hacker. You don't dox a hacker.
Yeah, that's I can't speak for everywhere else, but in the British media are the worst in the world for this kind of stuff. They literally, like, if you looked at the cases after all the phone hacking scandals and all of that, they feel it is their God-given right to pry into your life. Like this, and it's not, they say, oh, it's for public interest. It's not. It's that they want to know everything about you so that they can just destroy you or do whatever they want with you and just be nosy cunts. They're absolute gross violation. This is where I love Hugh Grant, because Hugh Grant is the type of person, he's gone nuclear against the press, and he's just like, you have no right. Just because I'm a celebrity, you don't need to know who I'm fucking this week and who I'm fucking next week. So the symbiosis we have together is, I have a product, I use you to market that product. You can ask me a few questions, and I'll answer as I want to. But other than that, that's where the line.
Yeah,
you have no right to know who I'm dating. You have no right to know where I'm eating, where I'm going. You have no right to have a camera stationed outside my fucking house. And I can give you more info. So there's this Australian guy who had like the biggest paparazzi company in the UK. He was on, I think he went on Celebrity Big Brother as well. His name was Darren. And I had a friend called Darren as well, who was a paparazzi. And the attitude that they had, they basically said, if we could install cameras in their house, we would fucking do it. And what was the result of all of this? Okay, when the internet age kind of came along, this is where you ended up with Gawker. You guys remember Gawker?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan destroyed that company thanks to a billionaire who the Gawker ousted as being gay. And it's just like, why did you do that? And they're like, well, because you shouldn't be keeping secrets. So but that's not your decision to make. So as a result, he had a personal vendetta. He saw the Hulk Hogan thing, went after him, absolutely destroyed the Gawker, and that's great. The British press would want to be like Gawker if there weren't laws in this country. That's how bad they are over here.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised they out the
Just
hacker. She's suing. Why is she suing?
hold on.
She went on the show.
No, I think she's the guy who wrote the show.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh,
Just because you're a member, just because they're in the public eye doesn't mean you are owned by the public. That's my point.
Yeah.
absolutely.
They like to think that here in America too. They're the same way. They're like, "Yep, if we can find you, we're going to know everything we can about you."
Like,
Yeah.
like for example, the one thing that's gone away because it's gone. Thank God for that. Is upskirted. Now this is where paparazzi would try and get underneath people's skirts to see what underwear or potentially not underwear they're wearing. Now that's really pervy behaviour.
Well, that guy got
pervy behavior. Period. It's not.
Yep.
last week or 2 weeks ago.
It wasn't illegal in this country, and it was being when they went to vote it in, the whole law was being held up by one lord, by one old fucking white pervy lord was holding up this law, and eventually the law passed where upskirting was banned. But up until then, a paparazzi can go click under the skirt, no problem. Nothing will happen.
There's a lot of trouble in the States trying to, with a lot of, again, older white judges saying, well, you don't have a victim because we can't see their face. Well, the lady just told you that's her fanny. She went to the bathroom at that time. It could be no one else's fanny. And they're holding it. It's just a long list of other atrocities when it comes to SA crimes. There's no accountability.
Yep.
I guarantee you, if females, Gaz is dying on camera. If women went in and did that to the men, just took pictures of their cock and all of that, suddenly the laws would change.
Oh,
Yep. Oh,
Like
it'd be tomorrow. Yep.
Yeah, I said if American citizens turn their guns on politicians, the laws will change tomorrow.
Christine, we're not talking like just random guys in the street. We're talking like people who work for like the Sun, the News of the World, the Daily Sport would try and get celebrity women in a place where they're coming out of a vehicle, going into the vehicle, and then trying to take a picture of the knickers. Basically.
No, I realized I was expanding. On the topic.
Yeah, you were expanding, but it's not even that. Like they're walking on the street, so you see like paparazzi surrounding these people, and then there's one paparazzi just going click like that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And it was perfectly legal for them to do it up until a few years ago.
Yeah.
Just no regard. Also on this one, I still think she shouldn't have a right to sue. I'll tell you why. This person caused a lot of trauma to another person, okay, through their psychotic behavior. And that person's obviously taken that trauma and trying to highlight the dangers of it. And no, she shouldn't. She shouldn't have a right to sue. You can say I can get a cut of the profits because you're using me in there, but
he has a right to tell his own life story.
Yeah, he has a right to tell his own life story. He didn't oust her. He wasn't. He's the one that adamantly said, "Don't track this person down, leave them be." But how many true stories have we had of victims that have been turned into shows? Sorry, Zam, go on. You've been waiting.
I don't want to start my TikTok stuff now, but I want to show this one clip from TikTok regarding upskirting. This made the news just a couple of weeks ago, and I wanted to share it with you guys. Check out this dude.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah.
This dude on the left, by the way, the woman filming him, she feels she was being a bit creeped out by him, so she decided to film him. And then this is what happened. And this is real, by the way. This ain't fake.
No, I just saw you put that underneath her dress. Absolutely, you did.
No, ma'am, I really wasn't.
You absolutely did.
Ma'am, I really wasn't. I promise.
Then show me your phone.
Yes.
No, we're going to call security.
No, I really.
You absolutely did. And you were following me over in the children's section.
Because I have a sister who's pregnant. Ma'am, I really wasn't.
You've been extremely close to me this whole time. Please show me your phone.
No,
I really don't.
let's get
mean to.
security because this is absolutely wrong.
I really don't mean to.
No, you obviously did.
No, ma'am, please.
Anything.
Ma'am, I'm
You
not.
can say ma'am all you want, but we will let them decide.
I really promise I wasn't
No.
trying to do anything inappropriate.
Uh-uh.
I really wasn't.
This is where you run.
Yeah, he hesitated. You can hear it in his voice.
On video.
But ma'am,
This is where you just run away.
Yep.
I know it might have seemed that way in like the
And this is the
Just-
moment when he
just-
knew he had fucked up.
Yeah.
For them to get here.
Oh, dude, you should have been gone. You should have been gone.
No,
Yep.
I was really just trying
No.
to
Yeah, dude, you lost.
Slap
No.
the phone right
Like,
out of
you
his
can
hand.
tell.
What's he gonna do? Complain to the cops?
Yeah.
Now you need the evidence. Don't break it, just in case.
No, it's just snatch it.
Yeah, just
Oh,
snatch
snatch
it.
it. Oh, I thought you said slap it.
I
Sorry.
knew you were up to no
Snatch
good.
it. Snatch it.
No, I have video of him sticking his phone underneath
No
his
one
lady's
likes
dress as she had bent over, videotaping her, and he followed me all around the store.
Okay. So
We need to
would you
get
like
police.
Okay, if you can go ahead and call them also.
All right, that's that.
Okay, so my thoughts are that this dude, he was fucked three ways from Sunday when he started like stuttering, and you could hear it in his voice when he was like, I didn't know what was going on. Yeah, that's how you know you fucked up, dude. You shouldn't have done it.
You notice though that the male clerk is like, "Oh, lady, you can call the 911." No, you work at that store, bitch.
Yeah, you call 911. You
fucking-
work there.
Already should have called security and called 911. And I would have snatched that phone because what's he gonna do? Complain to the cops that I stole his phone? Okay,
Yeah.
let's put it in evidence then, buddy. You still gonna accuse me of theft? No,
Yeah.
you're not.
I'm just going to put this comment up here. They're at a Target. They have so many cameras all over. Talk to the AP team, and they'll have his pick to the cops easy. Yeah, I mean, he was arrested for this.
Yeah.
No, can't just call 911 as a team member. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You could probably do that if it was like something like aggravated assault. Like I think it's a fucked up
Or maybe they
technicality,
did
but
because they didn't witness it. Because the store employee didn't witness it. I mean, Abby works in retail, so she'll
yeah,
know.
it's a fucked up technicality, but I think it's like you can only do it under certain circumstances.
Abby, whether that's true or not, I break that rule. And if they fire me for breaking that rule, I'd go right to the media and I'd sue their asses. Right, I'd sue.
Yep.
POV was a Target member. All right, cheers, Abby. Yeah, but yeah, she is right because the thing is that the employees aren't supposed to get involved unless it's like because she's got security for this sort of thing and they're the ones who do it. Because they've got a relationship with the police and stuff like that.
Yeah. But he got arrested for that anyway, and
I'm
I
not
don't
saying
know
he's
if
got to
he's-
get him tackled by the employee, but the employee can. And I know, Abby, I'm not arguing with you, but there's no reason why an employee can't call 911. I'm not saying he's got to tackle someone because what if it was a lie? What if he got hurt by doing it? I get that, but I'm still calling 911, and you better believe I'll make a stink if they fire me.
Yeah.
yeah. Right. Let's see. What
I have a
else do
story.
we-
No,
Hang
okay,
on.
film and TV, yeah.
Yeah, still
Yeah.
film on TV. So, just quickly, like again, we talked about this a few months ago. So I don't know. I don't know why it's news again about Disney cutting back on production of Marvel and films. We knew
Who
this
fucking
already.
cares? Yeah, who cares? Yeah.
Good. Like Less
Yeah.
less is more. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so I think they cut back to just 3 films a year.
Yeah.
2 to 3 films a year, and I think the same for
2
shows.
TV shows, yeah. 2 TV shows.
Yeah.
And
That's how.
improve the quality of them.
Yeah.
Improve the writing. That's what they need to do. They need to do.
Ralph Ineson, great actor.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Galactus.
know exactly what we can talk about. We can talk about the leaked image of Superman. Now, this has caused a bit of a ruckus online because some people are idiots. Right. It's a promotional tool. I mean, people complain about this as tools anyway, but like, it's a promotional tool. And B, what's your problem? It's a guy putting on his Superman suit. This Superman suit looks like a Superman suit. What's your problem?
Yeah, I mean, his outfit looks stupid either way, so it doesn't matter who fucking puts it on. You know.
It just looks like a Superman outfit. I don't know how much of a big it's just a Superman. You know, I think I like the memes though that came from it. You know, with the best one was him at a shoe shop. And, that was the best one of it. But regardless, to be controversial over that, ridiculous.
Well, you know what society we live in now. We find everything controversial. I mean, we find Boss Man's haircut controversial for some reason.
Well, I mean, people need to rage bait and clickbait for things as well. So they'll literally just make shit up.
Yeah, it could be a problem for anything. I mean, it doesn't matter what it is. It's like we're all upset by something.
Yeah, we're triggered by our fucking shadows. Like, and Snyder Bros were the worst. The ones they were the ones that are like, this sucks. This is gonna be the worst thing ever. I'm like, calm the fuck down. First of all, the casting is fantastic. All right, and second of all, who cares about what the costume is? It's a Superman costume. It looks the part. It looks perfectly fine. It's got the big fucking stupid red boots, the big stupid fucking cape. What more do you bloody want? All right, it's fine. Look, I'm just happy that he's going up against Brainiac because that's what I've always wanted.
Yes.
So we've got that. That's great. Now it just falls down, and let's hope that James Gunn doesn't.
Don't you think like Brainiac though is a sort of villain that you would want to fight maybe later on, not so early?
Not in the first movie.
Not in the first movie, but maybe by a trilogy or like a Justice League get together. You know, to fight Brainiac that way. I mean, to fight him at the beginning, that's big. That's a big fucking deal, man.
Yeah,
arguably.
Yeah, because where do you go? Where do you go from there?
Yeah, it's his biggest villain.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not like it's James Gunn's first Superman film. It's not our first Superman film. It's like him going Superman and then going, oh well, I'll tell you what, we're going to start with Lex Luthor first. And then we go, oh, fuck, we've been there 3 times already. We don't need it.
What the all-American Lex Luthor with the Barney
elbow? Always put him Lex Luthor.
Yep.
Always. Yeah.
He's in it as well. By the way,
we had that Superman. You know, we had all the Snyder crap. Okay, we had that Bryan Singer crap, and we got fucking Lex Luthor, and then we got crap, and then we got crap. So now, just give us Brainiac. That's what we want. Give us fucking Brainiac. It's a good starting off point. It might not be fights him and defeats him straight away. It could be part of a longer story. We don't know.
Here's what I want that's going to trigger everybody. I want Superman to just go ruthless and kill people. That's all I want. I want Superman to just be like, fuck all you, I'm going to kill all of you. It'd be something different. That's all I want.
Yeah, give me Superman Injustice.
Yeah.
Or like what happens in reality when we build people up in society. There's an inevitable point where they get so famous that people start breaking them down again and call them names and say, no, they're not that great. Singers, writers, movie stars, whatever, all of a sudden they're evil. So Superman's been good all this time, doing all these great things. And then people start griping about him. And he's like, fuck you. I'm going to start doing things for me.
Yeah, I'm going to start being ruthless and doing everything I can. That's what I want. I want Injustice Superman.
Well, Christopher Reeve in Superman 2 did kill General Zod after he lost his powers, so he was quite ruthless in that in that film. And what I really want Superman to do a lot more is be a hero and rescue people, because that's the embodiment of Superman, and we never really got that with Henry Cavill, you know. And I want to see more of that in this film. You know, saving cats from trees, stopping a train from derailing. You know, stopping.
Yeah, so you want a boring movie. I get it.
No,
Yeah.
no. I want a traditional Superman, which is what people wanted, which we kind of forgotten about. You know, where he is, because the Henry Cavill films. I mean, Man of Steel was crap. You know, it was absolutely crap. You had the 9/11 at the end of the movie, and then he goes to work the next day to the Daily Planet, like the whole city hasn't been fucking destroyed.
Or here's a premise. Here's a premise. Superman finds every copy of Superman 64 and burns the fuck out of every single copy, and takes it in the landfill and just destroys every single copy of Superman 64. That's what I would want.
I still want to take it into the. Sorry, if I could just finish my point. Okay. I still want to take it into the modern age, where I still want Superman to in this world to have a dividing of opinion amongst the people. That even though he's doing all these good things, there will always be a bunch of people who are like Lex Luthor, who will fucking hate him regardless. They will always be skeptical of him. He's a fucking alien. He's not from this planet. Regardless of what he does, they always think there's a hidden agenda. There's times where he might accidentally turn evil. He's under mind control. Will make them fulfill their belief that he is a terrible person, regardless of him being under mind control. And there'll be people who will love him because
he goes, hell's frozen over.
Rigby agrees with you on something. Oh my God, we need to date and timestamp this.
Well, you know, broken clocks can be right twice a day, Rigby. So totally, I'm glad that he does agree with me on this particular occasion.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
Sam, when he talked about Superman in the second movie, killing that guy, he only did that when he lost his powers because he was human, and humans had that part of themselves. So I think that was the point there.
I mean, he could have just he could have just arrested him, but he's got no powers, and he could have just thrown him in jail, and he would have been absolutely useless. But no, I'm going to crush your hand, and I'm going to fucking kill you. And then Lois Lane killed the chick, and then the other guy killed himself because he couldn't fly.
Mago wants.
This might be the one thing I stay in politics for, because this is fucking hilarious to me. The fact that Maga wants to build a wall in space.
They just say like for Superman, you know.
We'll help and pay for that wall as long as it's along our southern border.
Yeah.
But I will say though, the worst take I saw on this was Angry Joe, and I loved Angry Joe usually, but he was going on about like, oh, he's slowly putting his clothes. Why does a purple laser shoot for space? I went, that's Brainiac, mate. That's what Brainiac does. He shoots like rays to reduce cities to put them in bottles. Have you never read the comics before?
Yeah, I mean it's just a promotional thing in the most James Gunn way possible. So you know it is what it is. Just and I can't stand when it comes to things like this. Angry Joe is the worst because he's such a gatekeeper. He fucking does my head in. That's what I only follow him for gaming. I don't follow him for film and TV stuff because he's your typical fucking nerdy gatekeeper, and I can't stand him for that shit. So I don't take his word for anything. Yeah, he does my head in. I liked Man of Steel and Superman Returns for different
Superman Returns. The best scene of that film was him saving those people on that aeroplane. It felt so Superman-y, like, I'm back, bitches, after 5 years away, saves all those people, they go crazy in the baseball stadium, still brings a tear to my eye. The only good scene in that movie.
And I will say this, right? They need to bring back the John Williams music, because that stuff is the fucking shit.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that.
Well, it's James Gunn, so you'll probably get, some 80s obscure crap film songs.
Well, is John Williams is he owned by LucasArts or anything like that? Which means holy shit.
No. John Williams is retired now. Anyway, he's not coming back. He's done. He's not owned by anyone. He's done so many different, like he did, like Home Alone.
He's like, all right, man, I'm old. Yep. He's
like,
I'm old.
I know he did Minority Report, which, in my opinion, wasn't one of his best scores.
No. Great film.
His masterpiece to me is Duel of Fates. I know Phantom Menace is a mess, but Duel of Fates is a fucking jam, and I don't care what.
It's a jam.
Yeah.
Star Wars prequels was the music. The music was flawless in the prequels. It was the only thing right. Yeah.
I do Duel of Fates when I'm in the toilet.
Yeah, the oil rig rescue was great on Man of Steel.
The only thing I didn't like is when he left Kevin Costner died. That fucking pissed me off.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Well, Jonathan Kent had to die, unfortunately. Yeah, so
he's an old man and he has a heart attack. Yes.
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree. They should have done the old.
Well, he didn't die in the TV series. You know what I mean?
He does. He does. Eventually.
No, he doesn't.
No, he
what?
does.
Superman and Lois.
No, not that one. I'm talking about Smallville.
Well, nobody cares about Smallville. We're talking about. Right. All right.
Okay,
I used to watch that.
But I loved it.
Because in other dimensions, you know, his mum dies and his dad lives, so it depends on what universe you're in.
I love how Christine is just sitting there right now. She's just sitting there eating like nachos. She's just like, I'm just gonna sit and chill, and y'all can watch me eat.
Yeah, I hate the only reason I watched Kristen Crook. There, I said it.
I love the
That
intro.
was it.
Somebody say.
And to be fair, Lex Luger was great in it as well. Like I liked Rosenbaum.
No, but the actor who played, I forgot his name now, who played Clark Kent. The fact that he wasn't willing to put on the suit is like, why are you taking this job, mate? Why are you taking this job? You look great as Clark Kent. You look like you could be Superman. Why the hell are you taking this job if you're not willing to put on the suit? Ridiculous. That's an insult.
He said that he felt like
Studio didn't want him to put the suit on.
no, it's him.
He didn't want to wear it, man. He said it.
Yeah, he said,
Oh,
he said he didn't
right.
wear it. He said that he didn't feel that he had wearing the suit. I was like, dude, you did the show for literally 10 seasons.
Yeah, you got to give us that payoff, man. What the hell? You know, it could lead you on to other things. I mean, he could have played Superman for real in movies. After I just wasn't a fan of him and Lex being friends as kids. That's just so stupid. That concept.
I thought it worked because like the best episode of Smallville to me was the one where they had a woman who could foresee the future who was blind, and like she touches Lex and she sees like this awesome imagery of like him among flowers and then turning them black and all this sort of stuff, and then like him on like a mountain of skulls and stuff like that. That was great stuff.
I just think that to myself that he would have ousted Clark the very moment he became Superman. Like, you know, like he would never have had a chance to be Clark Kent because he knows who he is. He's his arch enemy. He's grown up with him since he was a kid. Okay, you're Clark Kent. I've got billions of dollars. I can expose you. You know what I mean? That's what. Yeah,
I mean, this is a different universe, so you know, it's I mean, like, I didn't really like Smallville anyway, but I liked Rosenbaum as Lex. I thought he was awesome.
Okay.
Mind you, John Cryer was great as Lex as well from the clips I've seen. Christine.
I love the end of Kill Bill 2 when the last scene before she fights Bill. He does that whole monologue. Thank you, about Superman. Just take a look at that.
Yeah.
I never want to see that fucking film again.
What, Kill Bill?
Never.
Jesus.
Guys, I got an idea. Let's make
it was so boring.
Let's make
First
Ginger,
one,
let's make Ginger watch Kill Bill every time that he doesn't want to do something. We're gonna make him do that.
I watched the first one. Don't get me wrong. I love the first one. It's the second one I hate. It was so boring. You know. It just dragged on and on and on. Shots of her fucking feet. So many shots of her feet.
Just like, we know you have a fetish.
Yeah, we have a fetish. We don't need to see your films.
Once upon a time in Hollywood, he just took it to the extreme, man. You know, and that film that film is fucking awful, by the way. I don't know. I felt like he lost it. I didn't like that movie.
I thought it was all right.
No, I didn't like it.
I didn't like it. I
like
didn't Brad Pitt enough.
Well, he was great, but I didn't like the film.
I like Brad Pitt in almost anything he does, man. Yeah, he's just awesome.
He's just great.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with having a foot fetish, dude. But the rest of the audience doesn't need to see that.
Unless you're Dan Schneider.
Yeah. You know,
it's ridiculous.
The only fetish that is acceptable to have on TV is food. Like just food.
Yes.
Not people eating it, just pictures of food everywhere. That's it. Because everyone can relate. Exactly what Christine's doing. See, look, there's food there. It's on display. It's what the audience really wants. You know, I don't
I
want to
got
see
these.
your feet and all of that. There you go. You guys got Tic Tac.
Yep.
I've got bear.
We've got best crisps.
Yep. Food.
Wings.
I
I
say
got
we
these.
just. I say
my
we just do a
birds.
stream of. I say we just do a stream of us eating food. I think people would watch that. I think they'd
Oh,
find
yeah,
it
man.
entertaining.
I give these to my bird, but I call it crack. I go, you want some crack? Yeah, I mean, I give them this. They see the
give them
fucking
Tic
Tic Tacs. Yeah, man, they love it, man.
How
It's
are
good
your
for
birds
it.
still alive?
No, my birds are
This
fine, man.
episode was brought to
Sugar
you
and sweet stuff
sponsored
is
by food.
sugar and sweet stuff is all good. It's all good for them. Not allowed to give them chocolate. I've
Oh,
researched
it's
it.
chocolate. Chocolate is just poison for all animals,
Yeah.
and yet we're okay with it. You know, nature's
Like,
sitting there
Paul,
like, no, this shit is bad for you too. Fuck you. I'm gonna put milk and sugar in it and do what I want. Go fuck yourself.
Whatever. I do what I want. I do what I want, bitch.
Or in America's case, I'm gonna put oil and sugar and some brown coloring and then call it chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But good old food. I can always talk hours for food. But we're gonna go into politics. If everyone's okay with that.
All right, kids.
See you later, Jose.
All right, Jose. Lovely having you as always. Take care.
Good to see you. See you next time.
See you later, mate.
Take your friend
See you later, Jose. I want to start off with something I told Block I'll do.
Well, thank
And-
God that guy's gone. I'm joking.
Yeah, fuck that nerd.
And that is to do with the Virginia School Board in America that are okay to name their schools after Confederate dickheads. And so a Virginia School Board has approved a motion for two schools to revert their Confederate names following a debate that bitterly divided the town. Oh my God, how do I say this? Shenandoah County School Board voted 5-1 to reinstate the names of Stonewall Jackson High and Ashby Lee after General Lee Elementary in Quicksburg. Community members had been pushing for a reversal, arguing the 2020 name change was unpopular. The vote marked for the first such U-turn anywhere in the U.S. A large crowd flocked to the school board public meeting on Thursday to listen to a series of arguments from residents on both sides of the issue. Following the May 2020 murder of George Floyd and the summer of racial justice unrest, Virginia and other states took down the Confederate statues from public spaces. In a letter to school board chairs across the state, the Democratic Governor Ralph Northam said it's time to change school names and mascots that memorialize the Confederate leaders or sympathizers. The Shenandoah County Board took action 3 days later, moving to rename Stonewall Jackson High as Mountain View High and Ashley Lee Elementary as Honey Run. Honey Run. I mean, come on, you can come up with a better name than that. No wonder people want to change it back to those dickheads. The schools were named after Confederate Generals Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson and Cavalry Commander Turner Ashby. In doing so, the six-member panel also approved a resolution condemning racism and affirming to commit to an inclusive school environment for all. That means Jack. But some critics stand the remaining efforts as a hasty and undemocratic move and have since attempted to restore the school's Confederate names as local elections reshape the school board. A 2022 vote on the matter failed by a tied 3-3 vote, but the three who voted against the move have since been replaced on the school board. In April, a local conservative community group, the Coalition for Better Schools, brought up the request again, pointing to citizen surveys it conducted that indicated overwhelming support for its restoration. These groups hold the historical significance, the group wrote in a letter to the school board, and revisiting this decision is essential to honor our community heritage and respect the wishes of the majority. According to the school media, the group says it will raise private funds to cover expenses related to the name reversal, such as changing the school's signage, in effort to draw attention across the state with the Virginia chapter of the National Association and Advancement of Colored People, a civil rights organization urging the school board in a letter on Wednesday to use your power in a way that positively impacts all district children and their families. Neil Fawn, not the snooker player, a local resident campaigning against the U-turn with a group called Claims the Names, warned it was what is that word?
Indelibly
damage our community's reputation. Minority members of the community still recalls when Stonewall Jackson High was whites only, and they had to be bused to schools to adjacent counties. He said the naming of these schools was not incidental but reflected the segregated policies of the time, he said in the statement. The people who suffered through this are not past strangers. They are people we know. They are our friends and neighbors. My God, this word again. Shenandoah County, Northern Virginia, was once a stronghold of the pro-slavery South, with its ample valley providing food security and transportation advantages. During the U.S. Civil War, Confederate forces waged several successful military campaigns against the Union Army there. The county is now home to more than 44,000 people and is predominantly white. Black residents often live and work in towns where Confederate flags are displayed in front porches. Many of those who fly the banner defend it as a celebration of heritage and not a symbol of hate. And there you go. So, like,
what a fucking waste of time that is.
Like,
just a complete waste of time. Yeah, Christine.
Quick couple points. It's not heritage, which we probably all know here, because they only brought them out during the Black Crow time in the 50s and 60s. Jim Crow, sorry. And they put up all these statues, most of them really cheaply and poorly made. And the board of Better School, the civilian company or group calling themselves for the Better School Board, they have the nerve to call themselves that. That's hilarious. And one other thing, what was it? I'll remember it later.
Guys,
this is one where I think it should have just remained what it is, and I'll explain why. I can't remember who the quote goes to. Well, there's a quote that says, "Those who don't remember history are destined to repeat it." And this is why I think that things like this need to exist, so that people remember what happened under Confederacy, what happened under the Civil War. It's like if people don't remember something, then they're more apt to repeat those mistakes. Whereas the front and center, like, these assholes were.
Gary.
You know
Jesus Christ, dude.
I don't need
But they know their history. They like that history. They want that history. It's not about doom. What are they learning? They sacked two of the school board members that voted not to change the names back, and they replaced them. That's not a democracy.
Don't jump on Gaz. He's wrong. Gaz, you're wrong. But you're right in other instances. Yes, if you don't know your past, you're doomed to repeat it. But Ginger's right. They know their past. They're glorifying it. They love it. And at the same time, I don't need a statue of Hitler to not know about the shit he did.
Yeah,
nobody forgets the history. Okay,
you can't celebrate that history.
They're celebrating.
Yeah, they're celebrating that history by honoring these fuckers, by putting statues, naming your schools after these slave traders and these genociders. You can't be doing that. You are actually pedestaling these motherfuckers by saying that they were good people. You're actually whitewashing history. You're not forgetting it. You're reviewing it in the wrong way. So this is why you're wrong, Gary. Unfortunately, you can look back in your history books and you can look in articles and find out your history there about certain things like Hitler. You can look at documentaries on television for people like Hitler and people like General Lee and the terrible atrocities they did. But you never put these fuckers on the pedestal by naming a goddamn school after these cunts. Yeah. Never, ever.
Yeah. And I want to go one better here. I guarantee you, if Trump wins, the amount of revisionist history will not just be in America, but they are going to glorify Hitler and they're going to whitewash his atrocities. All right. And they're going to paint him in a light, and calling anything out against Nazism will be treated in the same manner.
There are already people that do that in the States.
There's already people doing that, man.
Exactly. That's what I mean. But it's going to be like fucking all over.
Yeah.
All over.
Okay. Yeah.
When Trump comes in. And this, like, yeah, it's you know, they celebrate. This is what they want. And if that's what they want to do, they want to be remembered as fucking losers. That's fine. You know what I mean? Get remembered as losers because you lost. You're not winners. You lost the war. You're losers.
And that
So
makes
don't
them
fly, you have
hypocrites.
no right to fly the American flag
They're
if
the
you want to be on
biggest
the side of losers.
hypocrites. They're the biggest
Huh?
hypocrites too, Ginger, because they're all like, America's the best. Don't be a traitor to America. So you're worshiping the people that tried to stop America and overthrow America? Like, which is it, buddy? You love America or you don't?
Did a lot of the Confederate states try to secede as well?
That's the whole point. They tried to, because they wanted to keep their slave trades and
They're
all
slaves.
of that. Yeah. So, yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I mean, I agree with what all three of you said. My point is that you need to keep this stuff fresh in people's minds. That these losers, these idiots, tried to do something horrible and keep slavery a perpetual thing because he was making a lot of the money.
Is Hitler not fresh in our minds still, Gary?
Yeah,
after almost we're getting close to a century, and when the Second World War starts, he's still fresh in our minds.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no statues in Germany celebrating that wanker. They took it all down.
But all right, the argument I'm going to make against this, right, is nothing like this. But right, you look at what's going on with the whole trans movement. It's Section 28 again. Okay, it just is. All right, and that's what I'm saying. That's what happens when you do not remember history. That's you'll do the same thing to a different group. I'm not saying we need to remember. We need to remember it so that what was done to black people never gets done again. That's all.
Sure.
It's
Sure,
irrelevant.
You don't do it with statues, Gary. You're right. We shouldn't forget our past. Totally agree with you. But that's what books are for. That's what school is for. You don't need a statue.
I agree with you.
Okay.
It's not about listen. People don't forget the past. They want that past. That's the issue.
And
the issue is they think it's like you always get the good old days people. And the good old days was basically the patriarchy on top. White man reigns supreme. Black people slaves. That's the good old days for them. Christine.
To expand on what you just said, Ginger, the good old days, even in the typical white suburban family, was shit. And I'll tell you why. If you were a gay man, you got married and suppressed your gayness. So you married a woman. The woman was forced to stay at home, couldn't get a job, even if she was well educated, which she probably wasn't allowed to be anyway. So she was put on Valium. Most housewives were stoned out of their friggin' mind because they would have killed themselves. Because if the smart ones would have been bored and died, and all the others were forced to be so thin, they were put on amphetamines, basically. Their children were beaten, weren't allowed to express themselves. God forbid if they were gay, too. Like, it wasn't the good old days, even for the whites, but they think that it was.
Well, sorry, this is comment, but the way certain people in the States want to talk about slavery is like, we saved them from being in Africa. We brought them to America. We gave them food. We gave them lodging. You heard what Bill O'Reilly said.
Civilized them.
We civilized them. And this is the shit they're doing now. They're whitewashing it, TLD.
And you know what? The thing is, we do the same here in the UK. Like, how many dumb fucking idiots will sit there and be like, what do you mean? What, colonialism was great. We gave them the trains and we gave them this. I'm like, we stole trillions of pounds worth of material goods from those countries. We've destroyed them to this day. They cannot be allowed to function as a country because we're constantly interfering in them. Their lives were perfectly fine, whatever they were doing. And it's this fucking colonizer mentality of, I need to know what's going on everywhere and I need to have my fingers in every pie and every decision needs to be controlled and all. It's like, fuck off. This arrogance, this greed, this just evil shit, basically. Christine.
Yeah, and the whole, we made their lives better. First of all, you don't know that. And second of all, if you actually thought about it, people were living in Africa in smaller communities in harmony with their surroundings because they didn't take more than they needed, right?
Within their tribes.
Yeah, they didn't rape the earth for resources. There was an overpopulation. There was a homeostasis that we totally fucking destroyed. Took all these people away. We weren't feeding them and housing them out of the kindness of your hearts, people. You were working them to death, and only because you didn't want them to die too soon, you had to feed them and house them. So that's
because
bullshit.
they were your property.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
And a lot of like the fights and the civil wars and all this kind of shit that were happening. So if you look at India with the partition and all that, so what the British government would do is they will take tribes or religious groups from one area and ship them over in the middle of one area to kind of cause division, and they fight it out with each other, whilst the British just kind of stole the lands and conquered it all. They did it even with native tribes as well, and with African tribes. They mixed them all in together so that they would just, and then we see the ramifications of the 20th century. You know, was the most genocidal century in the history of mankind. The repercussions of colonization and after independence. Well, these countries were never independent, by the way. They were indebted and enslaved by the IMF, and they constantly. But the thing is once the British rule left, all these tribes were mixed in together and all this kind of shit, and it just caused more fighting, more division, and corporations just came in. Like, we'll take this, this, and this. And that's it. It still works to this day. This is why the right wing exists. Because if people actually had a brain, they'd be like, well, okay, it's not really a left and right thing. It's just like, can I feed my family? Do I live comfortably? Do I have workers' rights? And do I have a good education and a health service and a roof over my head? That's it. That's all the left is on about. You know, everything else kind of falls into place. But the right is there to fucking sow the seeds of division, to make sure that it maintains the status quo. And, you know, ordinary workers, no matter what your political leanings are, you're just a worker. And by that, I mean, your politics should align with bettering your life, not crying about a fucking flag or a twat, you know, who's
defending the CEO
their whole life and cross the channel.
Defending the very CEO that would leave you out to starve in the streets if it benefited their bottom line.
Well, yeah, I see so many people like that. It drives me nuts.
Right.
It drives me.
Speaking of that hero worship, Gaz, you carry on, and I'll just get this article up.
All I would say is that, like, these statues should be put in like museums where people say, "Oh, people used to worship these people, but these people were scumbags for this reason." Then people will know, and then they're less likely to worship them in future. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
I guess that's reasonable. They are historic, regardless of them symbolizing dickheads.
Yeah. All right. So again, this billionaire worship thing. So Elon Musk laid off Supercharger team after taking 17 million, so more government handouts in federal charging grants. So despite its CEO railing against Biden, Tesla was more than happy to take the administration's money. Tesla announced Tuesday that it will lay off everyone who works on both the new vehicle and supercharger teams. At this point, no one has any idea what Elon Musk was thinking or what's going to happen going forward, including other automakers that recently switched to NACS. I don't know what that is.
It's
maybe.
Sorry. It's basically a type of electrical charge, basically.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Maybe Musk is just looking to get out of the charging game. If that's the case, then it must be a recent development, because Politico reports Tesla is also the single biggest benefactor of federal EV charging grants from the bipartisan infrastructure law, which again, there you go, just transfers more money to private corporations, and you end up with this shit. Out of all the EV charging grants that have been handed out so far, Tesla reportedly won almost 13% of them, totaling 17 million. Considering that the Tesla supercharger network is currently the best network in the country, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And with the deals Tesla struck allowing non-Teslas to use superchargers, well, what's surprised that the figure isn't higher. There are plenty of things that Tesla does wrong, but its charging network definitely isn't one of them. Then again, perhaps Tesla wasn't awarded more grants to avoid making it look like the federal government is lining Tesla's pockets or creating a state-funded monopoly. Well, there is that. As Politico points out, 30% of all grants awarded is unlikely to prompt any antitrust claims. Yeah. If you give them a monopoly, then yeah, obviously, right. Tesla doesn't just have an advantage, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I'm not going to read the rest of this article. I know when to stop.
So-
I'm just going to say that the guy got government money and he's still
Again.
So
Some out of it.
they'll install this network and they'll take the grants to do it, but are they going to upkeep it now that they're not getting any more money?
No, they're shutting it down. That's what I mean. He got the money and he's stopping. He's out of the game now.
Exactly.
So
And nobody
took-
gets those bonuses. They all get fired.
yeah, he's the biggest welfare queen in American history. And he's a foreigner, you know, and he's no other human being has had more money for their companies. Like if Elon Musk didn't get federal money, both SpaceX and Tesla wouldn't exist. They would have just gone bust. But he's able to get that fucking money. You know, he's got the money and the power to do it.
Yeah, it's weird with Elon Musk because
Storming of the German Tesla factory today. Oh, was there pass an article in the comments, Vance?
Actually, to be fair to him, I fall asleep more the
Yeah.
than Zam has.
Yeah,
But,
Gaz is taking that title.
regarding Musk, like, he sells a product which is more popular, in my opinion, with left-leaning people, even though he's trying to appeal to the right with his own political messaging. And so
Yeah.
I feel like he's kind of stuck in a rut now, because I think people on the left are purposely not buying his shit, which is one of the reasons why he's doing all these layoffs as well, in my opinion, because he's not selling as many Teslas as he once was. They're not, but they don't like who Elon Musk has become, and then some of his products are a joke as well. Look at that Cybertruck; it's an absolute.
It's also the quality of the product is not good, and they have mass recalls. So people are like, okay, once bitten, twice shy. They're not going back to Teslas as well. That's another big.
There are other car companies that sell electric cars, and they have been making cars for over a century. And so, why would you want to go to somebody like? Why would you want to buy a car from somebody who's been only making cars for the last maybe 15 to 20 years at max, compared to say Volkswagen, who I'm with my electric car with, who's been making cars for over 100 years. So yeah.
But I mean, I know you said that like Elon is right wing, but like this week, I'm sure it's this week. I'm not sure if it was last week. He went to J.K. Rowling and said, "I agree with you on gender, but can you please talk about something else?" But Elon Musk is telling you to
get to that later, Gaz.
Sorry, mate. So but I think that was done because of what you just said, that people on the left do not want to buy his shit. And plus, as you said, like his shit is so shoddy. Like every time I see a Tesla,
say again.
He didn't do that.
Posted.
He didn't gas.
Yeah.
He didn't do that out of the kindness of his heart. But we'll get to that, like Ginger said. Okay.
What?
Yeah, I'm getting that link right now. One sec.
Musk is a fuckwit anyway. But I'm just gonna read the. What's your take? What's the AstraZeneca news? TLD. It went past me.
AstraZeneca. That's how you say it. Okay.
Yeah. How did you think you said it?
No, don't ask.
Okay, I won't.
I think you misspelled it. That TLD.
If Elon was left wing, you were. No, we wouldn't. It's a shit product.
It's a bad product.
It's a shit product.
Why you're so narrow-minded? The people who are on the left, that doesn't mean that they fucking follow their shit. Look, you think I'm a Taylor Swift fan, for fuck's sake. What the fuck's wrong with you, man?
Rick, if somebody on the left made something to show you as a Cybertruck or anything like that, I don't think anybody would buy the shit.
Yeah.
Maybe there you go. You want me to zoom in on it for you?
Yeah, please.
You want me to zoom in?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Yeah.
So I can't read it.
That's perfect. Okay. So, all right. As many as 800 activists gathered outside Tesla's factory near Berlin Friday to protest its expansion plans, and some of them clashed with police as they attempted to break into the plant. There are currently 800 activists on the Tesla Gigafactory site as part of the Disrupt Tesla Action Days. Disrupt, a coalition of self-declared anti-capitalist groups that organized the protest. Police officials said, you can press the continue reading as well, mate, to expand that. Police officials said in a press release on Friday that people from the previous protest march ran through the forest towards the Tesla company premises as they were in the immediate vicinity of the Deutsche Bahn railroad tracks. At the time, the partially entered them, blah. Yeah, I don't need those details. But he said that, old Becker disrupts, but said it was a good day for activists. We saw a lot of police violence, unfortunately. Well, of course. He added, I saw a lot of injured people. I've seen things which I haven't seen in many years. Neither Tesla nor police in Germany, state of Brandenburg, where the plant is located, have responded to CNN requests. But Tesla's Elon Musk wrote in a post on X on Friday, protesters did not manage to break through the fence line. They are still intact, blah, blah, blah. Disrupt argues that Musk's plan, this is, finally, we get to the actual fucking gist of it. Disrupt argues that Musk's plans to more than double the production capacity of Tesla's only factory in Europe would damage the local environment. The irony. The group says the expansion would require clearing swaths of surrounding forest and would further strain local water supply. It is planned 4 days of protest. Okay, you can scroll down. Tesla shut the factory Friday to all employees in anticipation. No,
Sorry. I'm trying to balance it.
Yeah, no problem, mate. It's fine. It's fine there. Stoppage of the plant's production lines this Friday was announced. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Well, we get the gist of it. Good for them. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to read the whole article. You got once you get the gist of it, you can just I tend to stop because can't be asked basically. But I'm sorry, like Germany has such massive industrial land unused, okay, especially in eastern parts of Germany. How the fuck are they building it in the middle of a forest? I mean, the irony there as well is just, Germany is just, it's like, I used to look at Germany with such fucking, what's the word? Beer goggles. I'd say beer goggles.
Reverence.
Rose-tinted glasses.
Such reverence. I've been there so many times. I absolutely love it.
Yeah,
but the more you peel back, Germany is just another neoliberal shithole. It's fucked. It is pretty much no different to the UK. And in fact, they're a lot more draconian in a lot more ways as well. I mean, just look at how they've reacted to the Palestine protest.
They got a Nazi party resurfacing as well in Germany as well. Ironically,
yeah,
they thought would be illegal because Nazism apparently is supposed to be legal.
It's illegal to use Nazi symbolism, but it's not illegal to be far right. But they're debating whether to ban that party from running, and I'm like, yeah, you should. Far left and far right parties should always be banned from running, because it never ends well. You got to find the balance that works for all of society, not just a fucking, a handful of cunts. But that's ridiculous and good on them. I hope they carry on disrupting it and they cost that plant money and it ends up moving. Just move it out of the forest. It shouldn't be in the forest.
I thought there was more than one Tesla factory. I mean, wasn't there ones in Sweden as well?
Yeah, they're on strike.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I thought we were going to get with your Elon Musk done this week because this was definitely dumb. Like you could have just moved the plant to, as you were just saying, like the unpopulated areas of Germany, not disrupting anything.
Well, that's not Elon being dumb. That's Elon just being an evil cunt. But in terms of the factory thing, that's Germany being fucking cunts, not Elon. You know what I mean? Elon could say, "Yeah, I want to be in this forest," and Germany could easily turn around and say, "No, it's swaths of old communist industrial area that's still unused. You can go fucking build there if you don't like it. Piss off." But so yeah, carry on disrupting it. They shouldn't be allowed to expand or build a second factory. Go into the industrial lands, not fucking like dickhead, absolute dickhead.
Let me quickly show you this one clip on TikTok regarding him. It's only about a minute long.
Self-recall doses due to blood clot lawsuits and dangerous side effects. Oh, interesting.
Who identified as Democrats just when Tesla needed them most. See, data suggests that potential buyers were really turned off by the CEO's political outbursts last fall, and that really matters for Tesla. I've been writing about Elon Musk for the Wall Street Journal for years, and I wrote a book about Tesla. For a long time, the biggest buyers of Tesla, politically speaking, have been Democrats. But last year, Musk increasingly became vocal on immigration issues, amplifying tweets that promoted anti-Semitism, and going after Disney for behavior that he saw as overly woke. Right as that happened, the proportion of Democrats buying Teslas dropped by more than 60%, according to Strategic Vision. Since then, research shows that Tesla has made up ground with some blue buyers. Still, this drop highlights a big risk for Tesla. The company has an increasingly political CEO just at the time when electric cars in general are having a harder time attracting Republicans. Tesla can't afford to lose Democrats. We got some troubling news for Tesla here.
And I read comment sections on various things regarding how the right, not just in America but in this country too, view electric cars, and it's like many things in this world. You know, they don't think the Earth is round. You know, they don't like the idea of driving electric cars. They think it's too liberal. You know, it makes them feel left wing just to drive a fucking electric car. You know, which is why they don't want to do it. You know, and this is where Elon's stuck between the rock and the hard place, because his whole industry pretty much is based on Teslas. Yeah, he wants, but at the same time, he's such a narcissist, and people who will follow you off a cliff and worship you tend to be on the right, and he loves people brown nosing him to fucking death, and so he's getting that from right wingers. That's why people like Russell Brand are joining the right as well. Nobody wants to hold him accountable, and yeah, this is where he is right now. You know, like he offers a product that's predominantly left leaning, but he wants to appeal to right wingers.
Yeah, I mean, the rule should always be when you're a CEO, you just stay as private as possible, because any actions you do can affect your company. We saw it with Bobby Kotick and Activision. We see it with the My Pillow guy and the guy that had that fucking Bang energy drink and all this kind of shit. When their ego is so large that they need to be in the spotlight, and all of the time, they are complete fucking arseholes, lunatics, narcissistic sociopaths who don't give a fuck about anyone but themselves, and they end up tanking their own company.
And that's why the Murdochs have been so successful.
Yeah, this is why Tesla's had to mass layoffs as well and all that, because sales have stagnated. They're plunged. Your ego has moved you right wing, but your product is what appeals to, like, you know, centrist and left wing people who want the batteries.
It did until it got shit.
Yeah, of course, but I mean the quality. Look, the thing with Tesla is it's more the marketing behind it. Okay, because of the CEO who was at the forefront. And you had influencers that were buying the Teslas and Hollywood actors that were buying, they kind of were given these Teslas and, you know, all this. And the kind of marketing around it made people want to buy it. It's no different to Apple. Apple products, most of the time, are like the MP3 player, so the iPod, prime example, absolute pile of crap compared to creative stuff. And Apple stole Creative. Creative was a company. They stole the user interface from Creative. They sued Creative, sued Apple, all this, but the marketing behind it made people want to buy the iPod, whereas Creative had far better products. But it's about the marketing. People just like, oh, it's expensive, and therefore it must be really good. And it's all this kind of shit. I'll get this, but I'm not going to do any research and bother to look into it. This is what everyone's buying, and I'm a headless moron. I'm just going to go do the same. It's different everything, and the general consensus is that, yeah, actually, this is the best product, so this is why it's popular and we're all buying it. But it's not often the case. It's just this is the best marketing product. And I give props to America. If they get at one thing, it's marketing. Better than any other country in the world.
Yes. If you're going to put up a quote and not read it. Please leave it up long enough.
No, I, Chris, I'm going to get to that quote. I just wanted Ginger to finish his monologue. Okay.
Yeah, go for
it. This is the quote now. The problem is people don't know how electricity is made, and they just want to be cool. Well, look, it's not that. Well, for me, the reason why I have an electric car is because it saves me so much money compared to fuel. And check this out as well. Can you see that red line?
Yes.
And there's a white line in the middle, and there's a white line on the right. The white line on the right is electricity coming from the grid. How much electricity is coming from the grid right now? Not a fucking kilowatt. It's all coming from the red line. You know what the red line is? The solar power battery in my loft, and it's going into the middle line, which is my house. And it's almost 11 o'clock at night because it's been a sunny day. My house has accumulated enough solar power that my house can keep running at the current rate we're running now with these lights on, with my computer on, this fan running next to me. All of these things running at this moment, my house can keep running for another 16 hours, and it won't need to run for 16 hours because within about 8 hours the sun's going to be up, and I'll be juicing again from the solar. There are many ways, TLD, you can get electricity, not just from fucking coal, which is what I think you're talking about. So yeah, and plus
burning fossil fuels to get electricity and all this kind of stuff as well.
But money I've saved, the money I've saved is so massive. Like, I was spending £160 a week on petrol as a cab driver. I'm spending about £15 a week on electricity. I got a cheap tariff at night, which gives me cheap electricity at night. And now with the solar as well, it's even cheaper. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I want to be an electric. It's fucking cheap as fuck. £1,000, just under actually.
Yeah, but I think renewable energy is the future, because the thing is that because as I said, the more we go on towards the climate crisis, the more I think countries will start making laws about this sort of stuff, and I think renewable energy is going to be inevitable.
Okay. How much did your panels cost?
About 13. I got a deal actually, but most places were offering £16,000. I got a 10 kilowatt battery. Most places won't give you 10 kilowatt. They'll give you maybe 5-6 kilowatt. I got a 10 kilowatt battery. I got 10 panels, 5 on the front, 5 on the back. The battery, the installation cost, the scaffolding, all of this shit. It cost me £13,500, and I only had some of that money to invest with me. My dad invested in this. It's because I quit smoking. You know,
right.
If I didn't have that money, if I was still smoking, I wouldn't have anything to invest.
So,
I have a question.
And 1 second, just quickly, to put that into context. So you said you were spending on average how much on petrol? 160 a week.
160 a week. Now I'm spending £15, 15, 20.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
If I charge at home and not charge on the street once.
Okay, 1 second. Christine, you go, and then I'll be right back.
And by the way, also one more thing, Chris. The reason why I got it for 13.5 because I know somebody, a friend of mine, his dad sells solar panels, and so he gave me a rate that he would get, which is why I got it for that price. But it would usually be a couple of £1,000 more. Okay,
I've got a couple questions because I was looking into getting it at my house because my hydro is about $200 a month, and I'm actually entitled to get it reduced to about $20 a month if I go on the same plan because I don't make enough money. But if I'm not entitled to that, I went to a panel place and they said I could get a $40,000 zero interest loan from the government for 10 years, up to $40,000 to install panels. And I thought, okay, yeah. Instead of paying hydro, I could pay off the loan. And I said, well, I won't need that much because, you know, I hardly use any electricity to begin with. And they're like, no, it's probably going to be more than that. I was like, what? More than 40?
What?
It's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
What I can do, I can give you the name of the guy who does it. And you make sure you mention my name because I'll get a reward for it. But you mentioned my name and you said that I'm a friend of Zam's, and you can see what he does. If you live in London or whatever, does he live in London?
Yeah, he lives in London.
yeah, he might be able to help you out. But yeah, that's the best I can do for you, mate. You know,
So some quick maths on that. So okay, let's take all the other. So you pay nothing for electricity, basically. Your electricity bill is zilch, pretty much. Yeah.
well, over the winter it was more because we were using there was no sunlight. I'm only really getting solar power light now. You know, like we would still use the oven and stuff like that. We were not getting much juice from the solar, but what we were doing is that because my electricity is 9.4p a kilowatt at night, we can charge the solar battery with the cheap electricity we get at night. Night, and so that means during the day we're not using the expensive peak rate. We're using the electricity from the solar power battery, which is charged with the cheap electricity at night, which is what we do. But that obviously, you know, that's like 10 kilowatts of power every day being juiced up. So,
all right. So,
yeah.
What was your bill on that?
Well, over the course of 6 months, the last 6 months up till April, our bill was £512.
Okay, that's pretty decent for like the electricity.
Well, because remember, I am driving an electric car that takes up a lot of power, so I'm juicing my car every day. You know.
Okay, so yeah. All right. To put that into context, the money you were spending on your petrol was the equivalent of £7,000 a year. Okay, at 160 a week, right? Times that by 4, times that by 12, it was coming up to just over 7. If you deduct 700 or 600, whatever, I think it's 720. If you deduct the £15 you've spent now, you're spending you were saving £6,500 on petrol alone for the year. If you add that in 2 years, that's just paid off your solar panels already.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, that's how you got to look at it. Because if you were still paying, if you didn't have an electric car, and you're still paying petrol and all this kind of shit, it doesn't really work. Because winter, you still need the main grid and all this kind of stuff. But when you factor in that you're spending £500 for the 6 months that you had shit sun, added with the money that you know, again, you still saved about £6,000 a year on the petrol alone. And that's how it manages to pay itself off. So it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, you're going to get a good half a year to maybe 7-8 months max, you know, of decent solar power saving, you know, with the sunlight and stuff like that. And then when you're using even like the last couple of days, I haven't even used my oven. I've been putting stuff in my solar oven, which I put in the, I made a lasagna the other day, and I did some pork ribs the day before that. Cooked it in my solar oven in the garden, for over the course of 6 hours. That was awesome. You know,
Did you make it yourself?
Well, the ribs were already pre-marinated.
No, the oven. You can make
No. I bought it. I bought it from a retailer in France. When I was researching solar panels, I came across the solar oven, and I thought, I'm gonna have another look at that a little bit later. And I is
it good, by the way?
It's okay, but what helps is hot weather, not just sun, but hot weather, because then it just adds to the internal heat in the thing. But at the moment, we're getting 20 degrees Celsius, which is, it still feels pretty warm and stuff like that. But I'm only getting temperatures of maybe 100 degrees Celsius, which is why you have to cook it for like 6 hours at that temperature. You know, so if it's like if we get like 25, 26 degrees Celsius, when you really start to feel the heat, the internal heat is going to be so much more. You know what I mean? It's going to be about 200 degrees Celsius quite easily. You know?
Yeah, but if you slow cook most meat, it turns out better.
Yeah. The lasagna was okay, but the ribs were great. The ribs were fantastic.
I just wanted to understand, have you thought about an air fryer? Because I know that people...
I got one. Got one.
I've got one.
Look at this fucking gut, man. Of course I got a fucking air fryer, man. Yeah. Yeah,
but also another thing is that like I thought that batteries from solar things when it wasn't really that sunny, they worked on kind of like a diode, like all the energy that you've accrued for when it was sunny, kind of like.
I've got a 10 kilowatt. I'll need to like fill my whole fucking loft with batteries that would accumulate so much power that like I'll need like 1,000 kilowatts of batteries maybe that I can store power in. So when it's not sunny whatsoever, I'll get some juice out of it. But 10 kilowatts, if I start using the oven and the deep fat fryer, that'll get accumulated within a couple of hours. So
But eventually you can.
What are you, gay,
save up.
Rigby? Who wants to cook in the garden?
you like to barbecue.
Every man wants to cook in the fucking
Mate,
garden.
You call yourself sorry, Chris.
Eventually you'll be able to get another battery anyway, like in the future. But if anyone wants their own solar oven, you just get some aluminum foil in a box and basically a small glass window for the top of it, and you can make your own. Go online.
Yeah, I'll try and show you a picture if I can of it.
I baked a cake in one. I've cooked hot dogs on camping trips. I did a whole solar because I belong to a camping. I belong to a camping group, and we'll have themes for the weekend. And one was solar energy, and that was one of the things we did was a solar oven. I also did it when I was in the guides.
Love
Check this out.
Yeah.
As you can see, or you can just about see it's a blazing sunny day, the light reflecting off this and the whole thing. I had to put some tiles on
To be fair, if I farted in one of those, it'll heat up pretty quick.
I just love it. It's my baby, man. It's my baby. Like, this is my pride and joy. Cooking food.
Was it expensive?
Yeah, it was. It cost. What made it expensive was the bloody shipping cost, because we're not in the EU anymore. So I had to spend like 160 quid just to get this thing. I mean, I already spent I spent £200 on the bloody device, and then I thought, okay, it's going to come over. And then next thing you know, I get a letter from Royal Mail saying, or was it Parcel Force? I can't remember, but one of those two telling me, well, we got your thing, but you just need to pay another 160 fucking quid, and well, I've already only another 160 quid. Yeah. Brexit. Yeah,
that's one of those Brexit flaming benefits we've got told about.
Yeah. So many. By the way, I'm sunburnt. You can't see it.
Yeah.
You can.
No, I can see
Lobsters
it.
on South Beach. Yeah, I know.
I got fucking sunburnt. My neck, I've got proper red neck as well.
Yeah.
I was in a lot of pain yesterday because we was out in the garden yesterday doing the shed, and I forgot my hat. I eventually got my hat on, but my head just cooks. But listen, no complaints. This is how it goes for me. First I go red, then I go brown. I'll turn out to be Zam if I continue doing it.
I was really pissed off because there was no way I could buy it in England. There was nobody selling this in England. I could have bought it off Deutschland, Amazon. French Amazon wasn't even selling it. Only Deutschland Amazon was. But when I looked into the website of the actual website regarding who made this product, I found out it was a French company, and I thought, okay, I'll buy it directly from them. Maybe it was a bit cheaper that way instead of going for a retailer like Amazon, like a third party. And but still 160 quid. But by then I was already invested, so fuck it, I had to do it, But that's the good thing about driving an electric car, but I can afford to fucking do these things.
Well, definitely. So if the moral of the story is, if you want to get what Zam has, which I suggest they're great, is make your own first. See if you like cooking in one, because it'll probably cost you about $30 to set it up. If it works for you, then invest like Zam did.
There are cheaper versions of this, but I wanted this particular one because the design of it is like the whole thing's made out of cork, which is amazing. So apparently cork is a really good insulator for a start.
Yeah,
but it doesn't get hot itself, which is pretty cool. And just the design of it just looks so sick, and
it does.
I just love it so much. It's my pride and joy. I can't wait to cook more with it. I really can't. I'm gonna put a lump of charcoal in there next time I cook something with it, just to get that smoky charcoal flavor. See if that happens.
Or get some wood chips. And see if they'll go.
The only problem with that is that I could possibly create like what's the word?
A fire.
A fire, or like like cause like issues with it. But if it does the stuff that you want to do with it, then good stuff.
Well, you know what I also bought just recently. I got it for 15 quid. Is I buy chopped up whiskey barrel.
Oh yeah. I do that.
I was running low, and so I bought another box, like 5 kilos of chopped up whiskey barrel. You know, they're just it is great for smoking meat, great for cooking, giving that whiskey smell in your foods. You know, anytime my religious family comes along and I'm cooking barbecue, I'll make sure I get that shit thrown in the barbecue. You know what I mean?
I think I have enough wood.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, you need more wood. Need more wood.
My goodness.
So when I lived in Ealing, my first year of uni, which was in South Ealing, there's a brewery in Brentford. I fucking can't remember what it was bloody called, but they used to get whiskey barrels, from Scotland, actual whiskey, and they could export it and all this kind of shit.
Cool.
And I said to them, "What do you do with the barrels when they're
empty,
done, all this kind of shit?" It's like, if they get used twice and then they get chucked away. I'm like, yeah, give them here, and that's what I was doing. I was using it to
chucked away.
Huh?
Chucked away. I just
yeah, they can only use it once or twice.
Whiskey barrels.
Yes.
The whiskey barrels.
Oh man.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. So lucky.
It was the rule that they had. It was a really weird thing, but again, I used to take the barrels and just chop them up into bits and just use it to like smoke my meat and all this.
That must have smelled good.
Oh, it was amazing.
Just the smell.
Let's put it this way: when I was at uni, people wanted to come to our house because me and my roommate Jason, who was Caribbean, were phenomenal cooks. Okay, yes. But we learned ourselves whilst at uni, but it wasn't hard and all this. And then my friend, in the second year of uni, he worked at a Safeway, and he was a butcher there. Get like a small handful of meat, weigh it, price it, and then get the rest of the lamb and chuck it in, or the rest of the meat. So I'm walking out with a big bag of meat, and it cost me like £2-3. So we were eating like kings, and people would always come round to our house for like a feast. So
that's another thing that you should do in the solar oven is what's the meat you put on skewers?
Kebab. Shish kebab.
Yeah. Lamb.
Yeah.
Because slow cooked.
Oh, when it's done right, it's just the best. Honestly, but lamb on the skewer, I like beef and I like lamb, but it all depends on how they cook. Lamb on the skewer is far better than beef on the skewer. Lamb on the skewer cooked right, it just falls apart. Oh, it's just the fucking best.
That's why the solar oven will be brilliant, because it's slow cooking it. Because I hate it when they take lamb and they just cook it real quick and serve it. It's like awful. Tough.
But we'll probably will know about this, but like jerk chicken and flavors like jerk pork and stuff like that is so nice, especially if it's some rib stuff. If they make ribs out of it, my God, is it lovely!
Oh yeah, but that's what we used to do as well, like make jerk lamb chops and all this kind of stuff. It was amazing. I mean, you know what you know that stupid adage where they used to say, "Oh, the best way to a man's heart is through his stomach." It's also the best way for a woman's heart is through the stomach. Because forget about it. Just the ability to cook how we cooked was dating material at university.
Yeah. If you want to get to a woman's heart, cook for her. If you want to get in her panties, do the dishes.
Okay.
They did the dishes out of sheer gratitude that they actually ate a proper meal. We're talking university. I left university rich, by the way. Thanks to I hold the Nigerians in a special place in my heart for two reasons. Number one, I had two girlfriends who were Nigerian, lovely as hell. But also, I did a lot of fraud for them. I was changing up their certificates for them to make them go from like the A levels or whatever they were getting like to A's, all A's or A stars and all of that. Because I had the computer, I could do it. It looked seamless. But I charged £250 at a time. I left university with like $7,500. Well, when you're a kid, you know, that's a lot of money. I just went fucking traveling. So yeah, I had a great university was the best time of my life.
I check this out. I'm not sure if there's a couple of some pieces of tandoori chicken hanging under the lid of my smoker.
It just looks like a picture of your testicles.
There you go. But look, they're raw, but and then they
don't
come
worry.
out,
We know what it looks like. It looks lovely. I've seen your pictures before. It looks awesome.
And like it's so cool, but it's a bullet smoker, so it's a long cylindrical thing. And so if it's hanging under the lid, it's as far away from the fire as possible, and you can just leave it there. You know, go back to your computer, play some video games, come back after an hour, and it's cooked. No need to flip it over or shit like that because it's all hanging there. So every aspect of it gets cooked evenly. Brilliant. Love it.
Yeah.
I love hanging my meat.
Yeah. So we just had the Greek Easter, and every Greek household has this barbecue here.
Oh man, yeah, my mate had that. My mate's got this.
Yeah,
I play
and
poker with.
this contraption here has a motor, and it rotates your meat constantly.
He put shanks on it. He put lamb shanks on it. He's a Greek guy as well, and we put lamb shanks on it, and it was.
I couldn't get lamb shanks this year. They were sold out. Fucking Greeks.
Yeah. When I come in like July, I'm definitely coming round to one of your houses. I will see what we can do. I might bring some.
Yeah, well, the state my legs are in, mate. You're gonna have to come round to my fucking house because I won't be able to get to central London. They're really fucking just. Oh, mate, just going to the dump today and it's wiped me out. Is eating food from different cultural appropriation in America? Probably, you know,
no.
Yeah, you know, it's that stupid thing. Oh, you braided your hair. That's cultural appropriation. Oh, you have an afro. It's cultural. That dumb. I mean,
they probably say I come from appropriation with my bloody afro.
I'm not sure if you can see this. The front of my house. That's the 5 solar panels there. Oh, that's at the back of my house. So that's the back of my house. My bad.
Yeah.
And then I got like a picture of the scaffolding.
Feed the women, and they will love you forever. Yes, that's right.
At the front of my house, the scaffolding there. And they put the solar panels are just on top. It's not the clearest, I'm afraid. But
it's all right. We can see it. Yeah. Forgery for the win, Rick.
And more hung meat. Look at that. Isn't that just the best? Oh, sorry. Me putting
no, it's just a picture of your bird eating your teeth as usual. We've seen that.
There you go.
Looks like you're cooking bats.
It does, yeah.
Yeah. It's the best way to cook, man. Best way to cook. I love it.
Yeah. Minimum effort, maximum flavor.
Oh yeah.
Did everyone see my backyard, front yard there?
Yeah, we did. It's humongous.
Paradise, mate. Paradise.
Great outdoors.
Those aren't mountains, though. But you were talking about mountains before. Those are just hills. The mountains in Canada are like 2,000 kilometers away from me.
Listen, the only mountains I have around here are council estates. You know what I mean? That's it. Just buildings that look like concrete jungle. There's no beauty left in London. It's just fucking just glass gob shite. Yeah. Anyway, moving on from food, we're going to move on to slightly more morbid. But again, this next story just goes into the failings of the of government cutbacks on the Home Office, and this is why your immigration is a mess. But sadly, there are certain repercussions to aspects of it. So hundreds of potentially trafficked children abandoned by the Home Office. So 1,871 possible trafficking of modern slavery victims left open to exploitation after falling out of the UK system, FOA data reveals. Hundreds of children identified as potential victims of trafficking are being abandoned by the Home Office and left vulnerable to exploitation. Released following the Freedom of Information request, figures show that in 2022, 1,800 children identified as possible victims of trafficking or modern slavery dropped off the UK government system, conceived to support them once they turn 18. So to access comprehensive health, the UK victims is assessed under the NRM. About half of the children who fell out of the NRM when they turned 18 were British. So it's not even foreign children. It's half of them are British born children. In total, 70% of the 2,600 children who turned 18 waiting to be formally identified as a victim disappeared. Half of them had their cases suspended by the Home Office as a result of them not giving consent to stay in the system, while another 20% actively withdrew from the scheme. Many children do not realize they need to give consent to remain listed on the NRM, and some are not even aware that they have to be referred to it. So again, massive failures there. Anti-trafficking charities describe these figures as alarming, urging sweeping reforms to protect young victims. You're not going to get that under this government or the next. Eleonora Fay, coordination of the ATMG, a coalition of 17 UK-based traffic organizations. This data is a wake-up call. We urgently need to improve our services so children can receive the support they need. Patricia Durr, chief of the executive of ECPAT, I've worked with them, said, "We are deeply troubled by this alarming data. The findings," anyway, you get the gist of it. So,
I'm not surprised under a Tory government whatsoever. I mean, as far as they're concerned, this shit they had no idea about, and it's only been brought up by journalism. You know, that it's been focused on. They don't give a fuck. You know, when you look, I've always criticized America for when you're only an adult when you're 21, and I still criticize them for that. But I still think that at 18 you're still very young, you're very naive, and you are cast as an adult too. But you still need to have a lot of safety things surrounding you at that age. You can't just be thrown out into the real world. You're still a fucking teenager, you know. Like, you know, it's just so bad, you know. And then, you know, if you're a guy, you can end up in gangs and maybe start doing drugs. If you're a girl, you're more likely to be into prostitution and moved about. It's so sad. It's so wrong. I hate it.
The thing is, as well, it's not like back in the old days, like let's say the 60s and 70s and all of that, where you get to that age and you get thrown to the wolves. You can just go get an ordinary fucking job and you can survive perfectly comfortably. But because you any job you get now, it's not even going to cover your rent. Councils now they barely help you as well. They're piloting schemes to cut back on helping with council tax because they need to fill up their debts as well because councils are in debt and all this kind of shit because again the Tory government just all the cuts everywhere, and it was unnecessary cuts. They just transferred all the wealth to their friends. Let that be known. Austerity is just a tool of the devil. It's a neoliberal tool. It doesn't need to exist. It never needs to exist. It's just there to siphon money away and privatize everything. But back then, if you get thrown to the lions, you could survive. Okay, a lot of our parents, that's exactly what happened to them. My dad came back here after the military and just got a job in a factory. That fucking factory job, and my mum working in Boots, was able to afford this very house that I live in. Okay, my grandparents in Greece, when they were children, they were thrown out of Turkey. They had half their family slaughtered on the way over here, and they struggled to get by, but they did everything to the point where when they passed away, they had 2 houses and they lived comfortable with their pensions, not a problem. Now, all of that doesn't exist. Now, there is no social housing. You're just, when you're thrown to the wolves, you're fucked. You're going to drown in debt. You're going to get desperate. You're going to do crazy shit. And most of the times, people just end up turning to drugs, prostitution, or get trafficked and all this kind of shit. And that is the big problem.
When there's no light at the end of the tunnel and you think you're going to die, or even while living, it's a death sentence anyway because it's no life at all. Of course you're going to turn to drugs. You're totally right.
Yeah.
It's your only respite.
Yeah, it's just desperation and all this kind. It's just it's the only respite that you get. It's you know, like I said, it's completely different to back in the days. If we had proper funded social, and people need to understand, and this is I get frustrated with a lot of my friends. All the safety nets that you have in place, all the systems that you create to protect everyone from poverty, pays for itself. You can't be sitting there telling me we need to make cuts, we need to do this because we're 2 trillion in debt. We've made those cuts everything is running bare bones, and yet everything, the national debt is still rising. I mean, it's an arbitrary number anyway, but it's bollocks. Basically, the simplest way to say it is bollocks. You don't make cuts. The more you invest in your society, the more it pays off, and the richer you are. Christine.
And I can tell you exactly 2 ways in which it does that. Just 2 ways that I can think of off the top of my head. If you got the safety nets and people have safe homes and good jobs to go to, they're not going to commit crimes and go to jails. Jails cost a lot more money than those safety nets. They're not going to get on drugs, become addicted, and commit crimes. So they're not going to have to go to hospitals for overdoses, which costs a lot of money. They're not going to have to go to rehab centers, which costs a lot of money. They're not going to have to go to jail again because they're now breaking the law to do those drugs, which costs a ton more money than these social networks, which cost a fraction.
Yeah, this is what I mean. The more you create this system of just pointless cruelty to please a few sadistic assholes who, by the way, want all the benefits that they restrict other people from getting, all right? They want it for themselves just out of some sadistic pleasure of control, all right? You, okay, just because of those assholes, you end up with it. What was I saying? I lost my trail of thought.
You're talking about how a few sadistic assholes have created a system that only rewards them, but doesn't reward
the safety net. The safety net gone.
So when you take away all of that, but by the way, the people on the top have socialism. Listen, there is a saying that goes, it's socialism for the rich, capitalism for the poor. Okay? It ends up costing more money because everything has a domino effect. Okay? You cut this, it causes that, it escalates to this, it escalates to that. Cuts in mental health services in this country. We've seen a rise in like crazy amounts of knife crime that isn't teenage related. It's just knife crimes of people that are psychotic, that have been released too early, and you end up with this kind of shit.
Yeah, imagine if we had guns in this country.
that don't have homes to go to. Like once they're released, there's no halfway home with someone there as sober companions or mental health specialists or one nurse in that home with like say 8 people living there to sort of stabilize them and make sure they're taking their meds so they don't go panic and they don't have schizophrenic breaks. And I'm not saying schizophrenics are violent. They're more often the victims of crime.
Yeah,
100%. I guess.
I was just going to say, like, yeah, but you're absolutely 1,000% right because, like, the socialism works in a lot of countries, and the thing is that it would work here because the thing is that it would grow the economy because the thing is that if people were paid a proper wage, then they could afford houses, and the housing market would reset, and you'd see people, the amount of debt people go in, and like people wouldn't be in debt anymore, and stuff like that, and the stuff that would no longer be an issue. And the thing is that we could actually have people owning their own homes.
Yep.
What a shocker.
And the money would stay in the country and be reused for different services and buying products. Whereas when the money just goes to the super rich, they put it overseas in a bank and it sits there.
Exactly. And the thing is, it's not socialism works, and that's the problem. Is the rich don't want that because then it means they don't expand their wealth. So of course, socialism. If socialism didn't work, America and Britain and the like would not go to hell on earth in other countries. It works very well. It worked in this country. Don't forget, the reason we have like the NHS and all the social housing and things got brought back into public and public ownership
and unions.
Yeah, and unions and all that after the war, especially after the war, is because of the Red Scare. They never tell you in this country, what they will never tell you is communism was very popular. In order to kind of stave off that threat, they built all these social programs because if they didn't, Britain would not have survived had it carried on pre-war with its pre-war capitalist society. Okay, it would not have survived. It would have collapsed, and the fascists would have run riot, because that's what always happens. But because they did things like good social welfare programs, and it paid for it fucking self. Within a decade, we were out of rationing food, and we were out of poverty and all of that. And we built a better society for us using socialist policies. But unfortunately, it just, for a handful of people, they just didn't like it, because it meant that they can't privatize and keep all the profits. And when Thatcher came in, it was basically the beginning of the end for the UK.
Happened at the beginning of our fucking lives as well.
At the beginning of our lives.
America with Reagan, and UK with Thatcher. So
yeah. So,
all right.
But Rigby, this is what I keep telling you, and I'm not going to repeat myself. Socialism is a mixture of capitalism and socialism. Okay, and communism. It's a mixture. That's why it's socialism. Communism is like a bit too extreme, but socialism takes a little, because socialism saying, look, there's nothing wrong with you being rich. Just saying, pay your fair share, and shit that the public needs as a necessity should never be owned by private companies. Your water, your transport, your electricity, your gas, all this kind of shit. That's it. There's no boogeyman. There's no we're coming to take. They fearmonger about socialism, because socialism is just going to take away from the rich, not from you. It takes nothing. It gives you what you deserve, what you pay into. Okay. It's about collectivism and building a society together. This is how countries thrive. Okay.
Yeah.
It's
the military in America fellatios over on a regular basis. That's socialism right there. They're not a privatized military. It's all paid through taxes, so they can go overseas and fucking overthrow governments. And
they need that money for freedoming.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously.
Don't be so ignorant, bro.
Well,
they need
freedoming. Talking about ignorant, I think it's time for
Zam's TikTok treasures.
I love this graphic, by the way. It's awesome.
Thank you. And we're going to start off with a couple of these.
They took our jabs!
They took your jab!
They took your jab!
Took your
jab!
By the way, are you doing stupid English cunts as well?
No, I haven't got much of them.
I've got one. I've got one.
Let me know. And
just
I'll
when you do
that.
your stuff, let me know. Yeah.
So, first of all, as we all know, Trump's biggest fan in our comment section is Rick B. But I always like to remind people regarding Donald Trump who exactly is. And obviously, he's making the news right now with the Stormy Daniels thing. So let's just give people a reminder. I mean, sometimes, don't get me wrong, inbreeding among rednecks is quite a common thing. So maybe they appreciate him for this. But let's just take a little trip down memory lane.
In addition to finding out that Donald Trump went bareback with Stormy Daniels while he was married, she also let us know that he told her, "You remind me of my daughter."
She does have a very nice figure. I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Ivanka, what's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
If I weren't happily married and,
My daughter,
yeah.
she's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
By the way, your daughter,
she's beautiful.
Fuck me. I wait for 6 months.
Voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's almost 6 feet. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
Like, do I need to add anything to that? Good.
And the thing is, though, Rick B's going, he's got my vote. Right there. Yeah. Thank you, Zam, for showing me this, because this is the guy I want to vote for. I mean, this at the same time, when we were doing the Dark Side of the Ring episode, I mean, regardless of Vince McMahon being, an alleged rapist, he still said he loved Vince. And I have to admit that when I saw that Dark Side of the Ring episode, you had to admire what Vince did to get to the position that he ended up being in, even though I don't like him. Yeah, but regardless, I don't like Vince McMahon because of he's a terrible person. Yeah, but he said sex. He said sex, dude. What they have in common is sex.
Stormy Daniels put out a statement, or there was a quote from her saying he didn't even know that he wasn't in when they were having sex.
Yeah. I think she's taking the piss.
Oh,
yeah. I think
that was funny.
They're going to end up shooting themselves in the foot by putting her on the witness stand because she kept trying to derail the conversation. They were trying to say, look, just talk about the hush money that he gave you because we want to, it's linked to the fact that it's from his campaign fund, which is illegal. And she kept trying to go tabloid with it. And that could end up biting them in the ass. They should not have put her on the witness stand because she's got such a gobby twat that she wanted to make it into like fucking, tabloid drama. And it's like, I don't care. I don't care about the sex life of Donald Trump. I don't care if he had a mushroom dick. That's not relevant to me. What relevant to me is if he R-worded her, if he sexually assaulted her, if he beats her, or if his hush money that their expose didn't come out was siphoned from his campaign, the illegal stuff. Shagging someone, I don't care about that. That's not news.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, the thing is that we've seen Donald Trump say this sort of thing about his daughter quite a lot, about how if he wasn't her father, he would date her and stuff like that. It's nothing new. And so, could I believe he would say that to Stormy Daniels? Yes. I mean, to be honest, I don't think Stormy Daniels looks anything like a vanker, but hey, what do I know?
Well, she's blonde.
That's what I mean. Sorry, go on, Zam.
She's blonde, and that's all it takes. But Rick B, in fairness, she's attractive, but you don't talk about your daughter that way. You say, "Yeah, I have a very beautiful daughter." You don't talk about her being voluptuous. You don't say that what we have in common is sex. No, that's just disgusting. You know what I mean? If she wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her. You talk about how voluptuous she is. I mean, come on, man. You're a father yourself, Rick B. What the fuck? You know what I mean?
Looking at a child, looking at your own child, let alone any child, you should not in any way go sex in your mind. It just should not even be a thought whipping around in your head, even by accident. It's a child, let alone your own child.
Yeah. Exactly.
Even when she's not a child anymore, and she's still your fucking daughter, and you can't be saying that, man.
She was 14 when he said one of those things.
Yeah, and she was an adult when she mentioned about what they have in common is sex, but she's still your daughter. Come on, man, it's not funny. Oh God,
and look at some of those photos. Look at some of those photos. Just how he's holding her. It's just.
Well, there's one picture when she's wearing sort of lacy leggings, and there's a picture of them embracing, but they look like they've been caught doing something.
Yeah. Or she's sitting on his lap, and he's got his hand not on her hip.
There's no doubt in my mind that he's done bad things to her, man. Yeah, I mean, no doubt. He's a creep.
I could see that.
He walked into the dressing room of teenage beauty pageants at Trump Towers whilst they were getting changed, but he was able to do so because he owned the place, and so he just bragged. He bragged about it.
Yeah.
And
they were
these are children.
They're
these
under
are children.
18.
Yeah. Obviously, it's linked with Jeffrey Epstein as well. Let's never forget that. The pedophile king. So.
And his
imagine
girlfriend.
Tell the golden shower story about her time with Trump. I'm hoping you mean Stormy Daniels, but again, the only time this would be relevant to anything is if he was trying to ban other people from pissing on each other, make it illegal, just because he feels shamed for doing it. Then that story becomes interesting. Well, hang on a second, you hypocrite. You like having it done to you, but you want it banned so nobody else. That's what it comes with. But the sex life of an individual, I don't care.
Yeah, me too. I don't care if he's into bondage and being pissed on.
normally you're right. This is all legal stuff, consenting adults, someone in the sex trade, but it is a little salacious, so people might bring it up occasionally.
Yeah, I mean that's look, the incest stuff is relevant,
Yes.
not because she's an adult and all that, and it's creepy, blah blah blah. But he was making these comments when she was 14 years old.
Yeah,
when she was young, and that's why it is interesting, because like, well, did he do stuff to her behind the scenes and all this? So that is interesting because this is a violation of a minor,
and it's a pattern with him.
Did he do stuff to her against her will as well? If they're consenting adults, I know incest is icky, but I don't give a shit if they're consenting adults. They can do what they want, just don't breed. But if he R-worded her as well, it becomes it is interesting because it's a horrible thing. But your sex life, I don't care about your sex life if it's nothing illegal. It's
your
just
criminal life that matters when you're running for a position like this, and that would be criminal. And it's a pattern with him. If he's talking about seeing those underage teenagers in the pageant shows, and it's not just one, he would go to a lot of them and judge them. So it's year after year. How he talked and touched his daughter before she was a legal age, that's not what I'm talking about when I say salacious. Those are crimes. Those are they 100%. Fall under the category that you care about and I care about. But I'm just saying, occasionally, we're gonna make jokes about him getting pissed on.
Yeah, which is, it's. I mean, it's funny, but it's in terms of the trial, it's not. No,
I know.
Yeah, but
not relevant.
No,
it's not relevant. I know.
We're all gossiping Gavins. We all like a little bit of like titillation, but Trump spokesperson recently did an interview and confirmed they had planned to ban porn during a Trump second term. I mean, we know this. This is Project 2025. This is the Christo-fascist destruction of America.
It's an empty promise.
Oh, the land of the free.
Elected. It's an empty promise.
Yeah, but the people who elected don't, all these guys, they watch porn. They might say, I want a porn ban, but the reality is they love jerking off to it. If they're anti-gay, they're watching two guys fuck each other raw. Or they're watching trans porn. If they're anti-trans, they love that shit.
Yep.
I mean, they want to watch that shit.
Bible
So, can I interject right there, Zam? Back to Britain 2 seconds on the trans thing. So anyone that knows Graham Linehan, people who don't know Graham Linehan, he was a spectacular writer. He gave us some of the greatest sitcoms of our generation: Father Ted, Black Books, the IT
I love
Crowd.
those.
Yeah. So him and Arthur Matthews wrote those together, and they were spectacular. Not the IT Crowd. That was Linehan on his own. Still a great, fantastic sitcom. All that, and he's a massive turf, like huge, like J.K. Rowling levels of obsessed about trans people in a sickening way. And the funny thing is it's in such a way where every one of us speculate to say that I guarantee you. So I said to my friend Stephen, I speak to all the time, I said, 50 quid says his wife caught him beating off to trans porn. And as a result of that, she divorces him, and he's on the warpath against trans people. And lo and behold, this little gem dropped in the comment section of the group. Okay, and I'll read it. What are the most divorced things Glinner is the username of Graham Linehan, has ever done? And Serafina Scream X quote, sign up to my OnlyFans only to delete it a couple of hours later after he realized I could see his username and he had just outed himself as a chaser, allegedly. This is a chaser's people that, are into kind of trans women. And here you can see right there, she posted all the evidence of his username. Now, I want to be perfectly clear. I want to add in the sense that if you look at the here,
can you zoom into it? It needs to be zoomed in.
Sorry?
Can you zoom in on it?
Oh, right. Yes, sorry.
These are alleged allegations right?
Allegations, and it could be suspected as fake if we. So here we have, that's his username, Glinner68. But when you have this @ so you have one name and then you have a different thing. So it's the same as like Twitter. You got your @ which is one thing, and your name is another. So when I see these numbers here, which is just random numbers, I don't know how OnlyFans works. I've never signed on to it, so I don't know if this is just an automatic thing, and then you just have your username as separate. But either way, even if this was fake, it wouldn't be far from the truth, because there's been a lot of murmurs about it as well. And his wife hasn't said anything. She's remained quiet. She hasn't said. She could easily come out and fucking destroy him if it's true. But again,
there's some kind of financial thing preventing her, I bet.
Probably.
But back to Zam, when you were talking about the states and the porn and the politicians, the South, the Bible Belt, consumes more porn than the other parts of America, and more gay porn and more trans porn. Yet they're the ones that are the most vocal about banning porn.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Trump will play along with it and go, yeah, it's part of my plan, because he'll suck anyone's dick.
Yeah.
Rick B said it'll never get banned porn. But Rick B, you say that, but these are the people you align yourself with. Like, this is what they want to do, because I hope you align yourself with them, and I hope they do this, just so you come across as a dickhead. Not like you don't already, but regardless, it's sad what happened to Graham Linehan, simply because he's got a different opinion. No, but he got caught in the act.
Opinion. It's a wrong opinion. And it's pure hatred. It's not an opinion, it's hatred. There's a big difference. You can look, I've got no issue with people to say, okay, I don't agree with, like, trans women identifying as women. That's you, that's fine. But don't go out of your way to destroy that person's life just because you don't agree with it, or start creating an entire movement that we end up with attacks on it. Because people like Graham Linehan and people like J.K. Rowling are patient zeros for the increase of attacks against trans people in this country. Okay, it's again, I got no issue. You don't have to agree with something. Don't go out of your way to destroy other people's lives just because of your own personal beliefs. I loathe religion with every fiber of my being. I fucking hate it. All religion, I think, is stupid, pointless, but I understand that it brings comfort and joy to a lot of people's lives, and I wouldn't go out of my way to destroy the institutions of it, because I would just make sure that, like with everything, they don't overstep the mark. So if you started having, say, trans people movement saying, we want to convert all children to be trans, whether they like it or not, something stupid like that, then yeah, you step in. But that's not what's happening. They hate trans people for no real reason other than they're a bunch of fucking idiots or got caught masturbating to it and feel guilty. And they want to make their lives a hell just because of their own personal opinion. That's fucked up.
And they're easily manipulated and brainwashed by politicians who own the media to make them divide it and not look at what the politicians are actually doing. Anyone who hates a group of people and has never met those people, does it not dawn on you that that is not a way to be or live or act? Like, how could you hate trans people and not know a trans person?
Yeah. But that's how bigotry and racism works. It's because you live in your own bubble and you don't know these people. You're fed some bollocks and you believe it as gospel. And that's yeah, go on.
And nowadays they have pick-me's as well. So just to they'll have people who are happy to shit on their own side if it means they're making a bit of money and being a bit outlandish, which keeps them relevant. And talking about people who are pick-me's, and because I want to continue with my took our jobs thing, Clueless Emperor Hicks, is Rick B's brother from another mother, Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, this is a great clip here because I despise this man. I really do. There's nothing.
Who is
more
he?
Than this is the guy who tried to run for president. He was a Trump brown noser who said that Donald Trump was the greatest president of all time. and yet somehow still thought that he should run against him, which makes no sense whatsoever. Anyway, he didn't. He failed. His campaign failed, and now he probably wants to be Trump's vice president. But regardless, he is a weasel. He's the American. He's very much a like an American version of Rishi Sunak. In that sense, he's a brown-skinned Indian guy who represents the worst elements of the society that he's in, and in this case of obviously American society, the way Rishi Sunak represents the worst elements of British society. Anyway, check out this clip. He has Ann Coulter. Remember her? Remember good old Ann Coulter? Now, this is one thing. I don't get. Ann Coulter. One thing about Ann Coulter is that she is consistent. She's not a flippy floppy. Yeah, and this is. And there's not many right wingers who are as consistent as her, and she's going to show some consistency. Oh, okay. You want me to wait for you to come back?
No, I'm here. I'm just going to my fridge next to me.
Okay, so yeah, so we're gonna see. So Vivek Ramaswamy is gonna get a dose of reality, and I don't think he cares. Yeah, well, I know you love Vivek Ramaswamy, but it was a stupid interview because I'm going to go on about this interview in a second. Let's watch it.
And that's why I brought on today somebody who I think has some thoughtful perspectives on the future direction of our country, of our conservative movement, and on this question of nationalism and national identity. Somebody who I've been fascinated by for a long time and have interacted with on social media, but for the first time we're having at least a live form conversation in the offline sense of it. It's Ann Coulter. So Ann, thanks for coming on, and I'm looking forward to our conversation today.
Me too. Thanks for having me. That was a fantastic opening monologue. I too am a fan of yours. I'm going to make a point of disagreeing with you so that it will be fun. You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I call you articulate since you're not an American black. Can't say that about them. That's derogatory. And that was a great opening segment. Lots of things to talk about there. Oh, and I agreed with many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president. But I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that.
That's what I brought on today.
Oh my!
Now, Rick B says here, yeah, I love Vivek Ramaswamy, and it was a great way he did that interview. He understood her point, and her point was that yes, you are smart, you're articulate, you're this, that, you're so many great things,
but you're melanated.
Yeah, you're brown, and I just can't vote for him. And he just took it. Like, you're not going to vote for me. I tick so many boxes, but my skin color is somehow a reason why you would not vote for me. And yeah, I'm gonna stick by this racist woman. Yeah, I mean this racist woman who put me down in front of my audience because she's so backwards that she won't vote for somebody because of their skin color. And I'm going to be part of this movement where I'm going to align myself with these motherfuckers because I'd rather be with these dickheads than people who will vote for me regardless of my skin color. You know what I mean?
Yeah. More melanin.
More
melanonin cells, and I can't vote for you. So, like, does she have a scale? Like, does she have a flow chart of colors? Like, this many melanomin for me. I can't say the word right.
Melanin.
Look at this. Like this is Rick B's mindset. She dated Dennis D'Souza. She's not racist. She's obviously still not dating.
She just said, "I won't vote for you because you're an Indian."
Yeah. Even though he's American, but really, what she should have said is, "I won't vote for you because you're brown." He's not Indian. He's racist. American. He's brown. That's the reason.
Yeah,
you know
either way, he's like, she's not a racist, but if he had said it the way you just said it, or the way she just said it right there, it's still racist. It's right there. It's like,
but then
she is.
You say, how can you understand that and then say that he'll make a great president at the same time and then agree with Ann Coulter at the same time? I just don't get it. You know, it just. Oh God, you like people who will shit on you, man. I'm surprised you're not a fan of David Duke.
He might be.
Yeah. I'll never understand people. You're a pick me, mate. You're a classic pick me, Rick B. It's sad.
I don't agree with you. You just did. You just said she's not a racist. Well, she just said, I will vote for you.
You're a massive racist. What the fuck is... You don't really know Uncle, so that's why.
Yeah. You said, I don't agree with her, but you said here earlier, I understood her point and had a good discussion. So you understand her point. All right, you might not necessarily agree with her, but you understand it. How can I don't understand it? Because it makes no sense that the only reason why she's not voting for him is because he's brown. I don't get that point. I don't understand that point. Make it make sense to me, because it'll never make sense to me. I just don't get it. You know, so please, Rick B, make the reason why not voting for someone for their skin color is a reasonable reason, and that's a good point. So fucking stupid! I swear to God.
I understand why she does it.
Because she's a massive racist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he said, he said here, look, I understood her point that he's brown, and that's not a reason. Well, why is brown? No, yeah, she's racist. I get it. I get that. So if you understood her point that she's brown and she's racist, and so that he's brown and that she's a racist, then why are you wanting to align yourself with people like Vivek Ramaswamy? He wants to align himself with people like Ann Coulter. Why would you think he'll make a great president if he thinks that racist people like her are people that he can have a civil conversation with? What the fuck? Barron Trump entering politics as Florida delegate to the Republican convention. Melania's office releases statements that he's turning it down due to prior commitments. By the way, Donald Trump and Melania, they haven't been seen together at all. If anything, Donald Trump and his whole family haven't been seen together. They've all ostracized him. They want nothing to do with him anymore. You know. And by the way, regarding Barron Trump, he complained to the judge that he was going to miss his graduation, and then when he got an opportunity to go to his graduation, he went to the fucking golf course instead, or he did a rally or some shit like that. He never attended his son's graduation. He doesn't give a fuck about his kids. The only person he gives a fuck about is Ivanka, and even she doesn't want to fucking have anything to do with him anymore. You know, and the only reason why he gives a fuck about her because but he's got the hots for her.
Yeah.
You know, so I got
Speaking of far right fuckwits as well, this is a quick transition. I want to make sure I get my stories in here. You know, this is the sad state of the Labour Party here in the UK.
Oh God, it's about it's going to be about this.
Oh, we're talking about hiring fucking Tories. Oh,
yeah,
man,
well, Tories fucking. Let me see, how's that look? Yeah, that's better. Far right Tories. So the defection of Conservative MP to Labour provoked an outcry from women in her new party, angry at her previous defence of her sex offender ex-husband. Natalie Elphicke, the MP for Dover, Dover and Deal since 2019, dramatically announced her defection to Labour on Wednesday, just as Rishi Sunak was taken to his feet for Prime Minister's questions. However, Elphicke's admission to the Labour Party's caused consternation among some of her new colleagues. 7 female Labour MPs granted anonymity to speak frankly about sentiment inside the party. Blah, blah, blah. Elphicke took over from the seat of her former husband, Charlie, a Conservative MP. He was convicted in 2020 of 3 counts of sexual assault and sent to prison. In an op-ed after his conviction, Natalie wrote that he had been punished for being charming, wealthy, charismatic, and successful, attractive to women. All things that in today's climate made him an easy target for dirty politics and false allegations. She was briefly suspended from the House of Commons in 2021 for improperly trying to influence judge not to disclose character statements written for Elphicke in his trial. She apologized, said so this is the type of person, I'm not going to read the rest of it. This is the type of person that Keir Starmer is putting in the Labour Party. Christine.
Really quickly, you have a better chance of being hit by lightning than falsely accused of rape.
Yeah, yes. Well, exactly. But the point is like this is Labour are sending out a clear message here that they are going to continue Tory policies. They are not going to change anything. They might do a few little tweaks here, like he says he's going to, ban the Rwanda plan and all this kind of stuff. But again, believe nothing that this Labour Party says. And the amount of Tories that are defected over to Labour, for me, all I would say is if you're still left wing and you're in the Labour Party, you're a fucking idiot. Get out and go and campaign with independents, with the Greens, with the Workers' Party, all of this shit. Okay, the Workers' Party has got like legendary cricket bowler. Oh God, what was his name? Was it
Monty Python?
Monty Python, yeah.
Okay, he's going to be running as an MP for Slough.
So not Frankie Flintoff.
No.
Not Frankie Flintoff, no.
I'm joking.
But Frankie's a legend as well. But yeah,
Frankie and Andrew Flintoff.
Freddie Flintoff.
And
Freddie
Flintoff. Yeah, it's Freddie, not Andrew.
Freddie.
Massive racist cunt. I think that's
Freddie
him.
Flintoff is Andrew Flintoff, but his name sounded like Flintstone, so they used to call him Fred Flintstone, hence Freddie Flintoff, but he's actually Andrew Flintoff.
Oh wait, so who was the kid? Oh, it was Vaughan. Was it Vaughan or something like that? The cricketer that got ousted as a massive racist.
Yeah.
Michael
Vaughan,
Andrew. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, my apologies. But get out, go. Look, the Independents and the Greens did fucking amazing. The media won't tell you this, by the way. The media, and even now, when you see the polls, you will always see Labour, Lib Dems, Conservatives, Reform. Not the Greens. The Greens are pushed way down, and not the Independents, because the media wants you to start moving on to the Reform Party, who are basically just the next evolution of the Tories, just more extreme. Okay, but the media took them up. They completely suppressed and ignored a lot of the gains made by Greens and Independents, or they played it down and all this kind of shit. But it's happening. It's working. So get out there. Go join these fucking parties. Leave Labour. Labour will be dead within 2 election cycles because they're just the Tories. So, do I like George Galloway? Not really.
I'm going to get to George Galloway. I want to finish responding to this thing right here. I know she dated Dinesh D'Souza. That still doesn't mean that she's not a racist. You have people who do date outside their race and can still be very racist, mate. She wants to preserve the traditional core of America, which is white Anglo-Saxon. She wants to preserve that. Yeah, I also agree that is wrong. And do we like George Galloway? I can't wait to show you a clip on George Galloway very shortly. If you know what, let me show it to you now.
Actually, because I was, can I just bring up a couple of things? Why do rats bring up leave a sinking ship? That's the reason she joined. And also, I want to talk about. Is it about the thing from Navarro?
Navarro.
Yeah. Is that what you bring up, Sam?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is it one where he talks about gay people?
The thing is, look, it's not about them. It's not about them jumping ship to the Labour Party. Okay, it's the fact that they've been allowed in or been encouraged to invite. And I'll just show you. So David Lammy, the guy that sided with Corbyn every step of the way until he smelled blood in the water and stabbed him in the back, is now schmoozing up to Trumpians and Americans. Okay, he's a complete fucking snake of a human being. And just like how this Labour Party, what they've become, it's just shocking. It's just like, it's like going from fucking, I don't even know how to describe it. In such a short period of time, in just 4 years, they've gone from like center left to left under Corbyn to fucking far right now. Just disgusing. So anyway, Sam, did you have that clip?
Yeah, I have it right here. Here we go.
Galloway said that gay relationships are not all normal. They are not equal.
What specifically do you not like
that's taught to children in schools.
That gay relationships are exactly the same and as normal as the normal thing: a mother, a father, and a family. I don't want my children to be taught that these things are equal, because I don't believe them to be equal.
Do you think, benefit of the doubt, it's because he's like, they're even more equal and fantastic?
Definitely not.
And they're above normal and they're even better. He'd recommend them to everyone?
That's one of the most optimistic things you've ever said. I understand that progressive people may be considering some sort of support for George Galloway, but it's a useful reminder that he is an asshole.
Galloway said that gay relationships.
Yep, and that's basically it. So this is the thing I've always look. When it comes to the Palestinian movement, he's fully behind it, and I am too. But I always have an issue with that movement because I'm aligning myself with so many fucked up people. You know, the cause is what matters the most. Stop the genocide, yeah, of innocent people being killed. But I have a real issue when I'm aligning myself with people like George fucking Galloway, who's homophobic as fuck, as well as a lot of other Muslims I know. Who the other day when I was in, I was scrolling, I got myself into a TikTok wormhole, and I came across this group of Muslims who wanted Sharia law to be invoked into the United Kingdom. And for a start, that's never going to fucking happen. There's a whole bunch of Muslims who won't want fucking Sharia law to be invoked in the UK. Rich, powerful Muslims who like to gamble and fucking fuck whores and get drunk and shit like that. They won't.
They left because of a lot of Sharia laws.
They leave their home country, which there might be some of these guys. I play poker in some casinos sometimes, and it's full of fucking Saudis and Middle Eastern guys. You know, some of them look like they just come out the mosque. They're wearing the white robes. They got a fucking scotch in their hand, and they're betting 100 quid on some roulette number. You know, like these guys, they don't want Sharia law, but some of these more blue collared people want it. They're desperate for it. You know, and I don't think they know what they're talking about. And then they start talking about Islam and stuff like that, and they go mumble lila 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 when they're talking about fucking Muhammad or some shit like that. Drives me fucking nuts, and it really pisses me off. That at the same time that me and these fuckers who are homophobic as fuck, hate trans people, all of this shit, are on the same issue in Palestine, and it pisses me off because I fucking that always upsets me, you know. And same with George Galloway as well, who should know better. He's a fucking politician. He should know better. He could, you know, to be, you know, he's fighting for people who have been discriminated against, yet has no problem discriminating against gays. What the fuck's wrong with you, Galloway? You know what I mean? Yeah, so I just wanted to share that clip.
Yeah,
so
it's frustrating as well because you know, if you're claiming to be a socialist and you still have, but again, this is what I mean. Like nothing is black and white. Like there's so many just weird. Like humans are just fucking weird. You know, I mean, I can put myself into the category if I saw people like preaching the fucking kind of fundamentalist Islam shit like we've had up in like Luton and all this kind of shit. I'll be like, yeah, they're the first people I'm deporting them right away, because it's just like, it's just to send a message that version of Islam does not belong here. You could be a Muslim, absolutely fine, but when you're doing the fundamentalist stuff, no fucking thank you.
It already exists. It already exists for them. If that's what they want, there's plenty of places.
Yeah, they can go to the countries that exist. They wouldn't last 5 minutes in those countries. Just like the ones that fight with ISIS. Sorry, Zan.
I just had it up to here with the bigotry, like against the gays, against trans people. You know, like from these people, and like, a lot of gays and trans people I know are supporting Palestine, but they're doing it not because they believe in Muslim causes. They believe in they're just anti-genocide. That's the only reason. And it upsets me that they are supporting a bunch of people at the same time who would never support them. Ironically, conservatives in America have a real issue with gays and trans and certain demographics of people who will be discriminated against by Muslims supporting the Palestinians, even though those conservatives themselves discriminate against gays and trans and those people themselves, and yet they want to back them on this particular issue, which is fucking stupid.
Yeah,
but all of this is just a mind fuck for me, and I have a real problem dealing with it.
I agree. Just on George Galloway, look, I've never liked George Galloway. He he's a flip flopper and a slime bucket. But what I do like, okay, is that he ruffles the feathers of the establishment for the right reasons. I can take that. I could take that if it means the greater good. Okay, the greater good being that you disrupt the system and that the policies that he would want to implement are the same kind of policies as us. But I don't want him anywhere near in charge because I don't want his personal views that could be a threat to other people. I know they wouldn't be with him despite his abhorrent views, but it's the fact that he cozies up to the Muslim community because that's where his bread is buttered, and he would have to say a lot of shit that kind of align with their values, and that's what I draw the issue. But for now,
I think he's got a Muslim wife or a Palestinian wife, I think.
Yeah, he does. He has a Palestinian wife.
Yeah,
and all this
yeah.
kind of stuff. So I get where he's coming from, and look, that's it. But I've never been a fan of Galloway, but I do like that he's pissing the right people off now, and I'll take that. You got to pick and choose your battles. George Galloway is not a big battle to kind of for the whole thing to crumble and fall apart and have a fucking meltdown over as well. It's just like, okay, you do your thing, but still, I still don't like you. But
I'm just having like, there are Christians in this world, there are Muslims in the world who are not anti-gay, but I just feel still that all of this, the trans movement and stuff like that. I mean, within our circles, we think everything's hunky dory, but when you go out of our circles, you realize, man, there's still a long way to go.
Which is why. Yeah, sorry, Gaz, you say your piece after Zam, and then I'll show you this picture, which goes to what Zam's saying. So, yeah, okay, Zam, Gaz?
Yeah, I was going to say to Rick B's point, I've actually watched the entire context, right? And what he said, yeah, they have cleared it up a little bit. I did taken it from two different parts of the interview, but the context is still there. He literally says he doesn't want his children to be sexualized. That gay relationships are equal to straight relationships. That is what he.
Sorry.
Still Muslim, possibly.
He said he did say that, and he did say that but he did say in the same interview, just to be fair about on this, they think that his children should be taught that gay people should be treated with love and respect, as he treats his own gay friends with love and respect. Even though I'm not thinking that gay marriage is equal to straight marriage, but him more just. But then he said the thing he said secondly, he said in relation to that, he doesn't want them to be talking about the 39 genders or whatever it is. He says, now the thing is, this is obviously somebody who lives online and not in the real world. Because nowhere online in the real world have I actually seen that people actually promote this 39 gender shit. Nobody does it.
It's bollocks. It's a thing online, and I've always said be very, very careful with the gender thing, because what you have is you'll have Americans controlling the narrative in the sense that even people that align themselves on the left, they're still growing up in a nation that pushes, not prides itself, but pushes and insists on individualism over collectivism. And even if you are left-leaning, still within that system, you want to stand out. And you will get people that will make up silly shit and make up genders just to kind of stand out from the crowd. Okay, and that's fine. Do that. I don't care. What I don't want is some kind of thing where it becomes a mainstream thing just because one individual made it up to stand out from the crowd and all this kind of shit. So be careful. Like, yeah, the whole 39 gender things or the 72 genders and all this kind of shit. It's just this daft kind of tribal thing, you know what I mean? This kind of weird insistence of standing out.
And then, like, people like the right or the media will run with what a small 2 or 3 people might be touting as true, or to make themselves feel noticed and say, everyone's like this, everyone who's trans thinks this, everyone who's liberal thinks this. No, like, there's just standouts in every crowd that are a little different.
Yeah, there's a limit. I mean, I don't care what you want to identify as. That's fine. But outside of the certain groups of identified genders, you start bordering onto the absurd, and lines do have to be drawn because things get out of control. We see it with religious people, we see it with political groups and all this kind of shit. But I want to go to this one.
There's so much. There's so much misinformation though. There's so much misinformation that people don't even know what they're believing is true. Like that stupid thing about the litter boxes, for furries in schools. It was made up. It was false, but unfortunately, it's been spread in a way that people believe that shit.
Hey, Ron.
Hello. Welcome back, Ron.
Yeah. I want to just again, damn, like, because we don't live on the fucking. We're not ignorant of some things like this.
My dad.
I see things like that, and this just pisses me off. Like
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like I'm like, yeah, this is so stupid.
It's so stupid. And FYI, I get mad at like anyone who follows the Abrahamic faiths, who isn't, straight male, basically, or white woman or a woman, not fucking white. Forget that bit, and all this kind of shit. Because it's just like, no, they hate you. Why? Like, anyway. But yes, things like that kind of winds me up as well.
What they're trying to do at the same time is like, in certain parts of the world, like in America, there are pro-gay trans churches, and I think they're trying to start those pro-gay trans mosque or movements in Islam as well. They've got a long way to go. You know what I mean? It's not like they've really covered a lot of ground in Christianity, for fuck's sake, and even in Judaism, that they haven't covered as much ground as people think they have. Because in Israel, which is the only Jewish nation, you're not allowed to have interfaith marriages, maybe sometimes not even mixed race marriages, and definitely not homosexual marriages.
I'm still here. I can hear you.
So there's a long way to go. Yeah, I call the Abrahamic faith a desert trilogy. They have.
That's a good one.
Well, like I said, when I was talking to those guys on that, so not talking, like communicating on chat, but they wanted me to bring in, but at 3:00 in the morning, I didn't have it in me to have a proper chat, and I didn't want to start waking up the fucking world at that time of day. But I was infuriated with what they were saying. They were talking about, people having demonic possession and shit like that. Like, you're such a fucking idiot. When people say demonic possession, I just want to just give them a big backhand slap. Like, don't talk so much shit in my fucking presence, you stupid fucking twat. But they fall for this stuff. They talk about it like it's serious and shit like that. And then they go on about Allah being the most divine and the most holy and all of that. He can't do anything wrong. Yet they say that somehow demonic possession is possible. If Allah's so great, why the hell is demonic possession possible? Like all of these things need to be asked. But I told him, if Allah's so great, why the fuck are 30,000 Palestinians being killed?
Well, if Allah's so great, why did he have to marry a 9-year-old?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Muhammad. That was Muhammad.
Yeah. But the point is, I bring up these things. They don't want to answer it. They're calling me ignorant. It's this, that, and the other. They'll start saying that how there's things in the Quran that was, created before, before scientists realized these things. I'm telling Muslims, you know what? Before Islam was a thing, there was these Greek philosophers called like Socrates and these motherfuckers who was finding out shit about the world, and then philosophies and religions like Islam come across that shit and introduces it into their own culture, and they believe that they fucking invented it.
And not only that, they take such shady worded passages and say, oh, they're describing the earth or the cell there. Like they took one thing where they were talking about the egg and the egg whites or something really bizarre, and they're like, no, but they're describing the inner workings of a cell. Like they knew before science knew. Like that's a very weird example. I'm just making it as an example. Like I'm not saying
cherry picking information to kind of suit their narrative or to justify and twisting by their narrative and all this kind of shit. Yeah, I mean,
gymnastics, the mental gymnastics.
But the thing is as well, like again, to your point about like with Greek philosophy and all this kind of shit. Ironically, Socrates was killed because he was a monotheist. He didn't believe in polytheism. That's what got him killed in the end. But you could see the kind of inner workings of how society worked. There, you come in, you've got a different of opinion, and then
Archimedes and all these motherfuckers as well.
Chastised for it, and then eventually it becomes the norm. It happens all the time. Galileo, all these kind of people. Difference was, as soon as Christianity arrived in Greece, all these great scientists, mathematicians, philosophers, and teachers were slaughtered. They were murdered. They didn't even have a chance. They were just murdered because the creed of Christianity was there's only the Bible and you're not allowed to learn and you can't be educated. That's why Europe, when Europe became Christian, it was swept under illiteracy. You know, Islam, the one thing I give it credit for is they preserved all their findings. They didn't destroy it. And Europe didn't find that out until the Spanish reconquistadors conquered and took back parts of Spain and Morocco, and they find that, oh shit, hey, all this stuff is great. And the church still wouldn't allow it. But the knights were like, well, come and get it from us. And after that, this is where Oxford University was born, and all these old universities were born out of the findings of what they found in the Muslim conquered territories, where they preserved teachings and learnings of all this kind of shit. But fast forward now to Islam of the 20th century with the Taliban and all this kind of shit, and they wanted to go all the way back to the fucking Stone Ages.
Or starting
in fact, they destroy stone statues if it's not, even if it's from their religion, but God forbid it's like Egyptian artwork. They're there with hammers, literally destroying stone, which is kind of ironic because they're going back to Stone Age.
I want to comment here. This is why we need to be careful who we allow in the country. Strong backward belief how they're going to integrate if they are willing to change. Well, the funny thing is, Rick B, there's a lot of people who are from this country who have strong backward beliefs, and these are sometimes the people you might find that might want to align yourself with, like your Vivek Ramaswamis and stuff like that. You know, not from this country, obviously, but from others. But politicians who you might think are your type of politicians, and they're right wing. You know, they are the most backward motherfuckers of all. You know, they're not letting us go forward, and they are stopping progress. We should be closer to Star Trek than we should ever have been. You know, at this moment in time. But no, we're not progressing at all. You know, we are stifled by capitalism when it comes to our progress, and we're stopped by greed, and we're stopped by religious indoctrination. You know, and bigotry. You know, we are so stifled. You know, just as we need to turn the corner, there's people from yesteryear who still want to hold us back.
Yeah, Christine.
Thanks. Canada is a country of 20% immigrants right now, and they're not coming here just to bring their way of life only. They're leaving their country for a reason, and they're coming to Canada for a reason, because they know they're not going to lose, their culture, their food, their faith, but they're still going to integrate because they want to be Canadian citizens. It's perfectly fine. And in fact, I'm proud that Toronto is the most, multicultural country, I think, at least in North America. And yes, that's bet on top of New York City. We have no issue with well, some people have issues here with immigrants, but in general, we don't, because we notice they come here and they work hard. They love being allowed in this country. They want to put back into this country for letting them in. I welcome more of them.
Well, the thing is, with the Americas, I mean, white people have no fucking standing to say who and who should not be allowed into the country, because it's been stolen from native lands. It's been stolen from the natives. They're the ones that get the fucking say. We
Americans is generally North and South.
In general, yeah, exactly. They don't get a fucking say to say, oh, I don't want brown people. It's like, well, fuck you. You're an immigrant. Your family immigrated to that country. In terms of the UK, we don't get a say in who comes into this country, because we bomb the shit out of these fucking countries, and that's why they come in. Who the fuck? Do you know how hard? I can bring this to Greece, okay? Do you know how heartbroken Greeks were my age of people who got caught up in the financial disaster that hit Greece and destroyed the country. Do you know how heartbroken they were that they left Greece to come here? And they were like, I fucking hate it here, but there is no jobs in my country. It's all gone. The Germans have taken everything. There's nothing left. Austerity, our wages, the average wage in Greece has shrunk by 300 euros a month. Okay, they earn a pittance. And it was all forced on them by the fucking Germans and the EU, who wanted, strict austerity in Greece. All right, they don't want to know. Who the fuck wants to leave like their country in Syria when everything was calm and relaxed and all this kind of shit? And just for some fucking oil reasons, the Americans started a fucking civil war over there and uprooted people. And so many Syrians ended up in Greece as well. Like islands were just flooded with fucking Syrians. You think these people want to leave their country? I always say to people, you don't want people in this country? I get it. I understand that. Then don't bomb their country. It's as simple as
comment here. The native culture should be protected. I don't want to live in Africa or the Middle East or Pakistan. I want the UK. But you're not natively from this country, dude.
But
like we should be like the Japanese. They keep their culture protected. Yeah, well, Indian like curries have become part of the national dish. Piccalilli is a British food that was inspired by the colonization of India, for fuck's sake.
And,
it's called evolution. Yeah, bagpipes. Yeah, these are all evolutions of culture, mate. And regarding Japan, they're getting more multicultural every day. But they're not colonizers like the British were. And if anything, what goes around comes around. They colonized the fucking world. Now the world is colonizing them. What do you fucking expect?
And what's British? Because you were colonized too. The Norse, the Germans at one time, the Romans colonized England. Like, what's English then? Right?
Yeah. Even the royal family, they're not like the original royal family.
Normans.
The Normans. They're from France and Germany and shit like that.
Yeah. And like I said earlier, I don't know if everyone heard it. You heard it, Sam. But the friggin' bagpipes, something you think Scottish, right? Invented where? India.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I need to
do you want to hear something really shocking that I found out this week?
Yeah.
Vindaloo was invented by the Portuguese.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm shocked. So I'm like, chicken tikka masala and vindaloo are outside of India. They're but you know what? That's the beauty of the world, infusing different flavors from all over to create a dish where you think it's traditional. It's like fish and chips. People think fish and chips. Oh, you're as English as fish and chips, motherfucker. Fish and chips is Jewish from the mainland.
And pasta. And
pasta.
Pasta. Everyone thinks Italian, right? It's Italian. It's Italian. Not originally. Chinese.
Chinese. Marco Polo brought it back with him.
Yeah. But back to like George Galloway and his stuff, right? As somebody who religiously is not aligned with him, right? The thing is that right, gay people should be allowed to get married, and they should see equal as straight marriage. And the fact this idiot was there going, I have friends who are gay, right? The fact that you said, I don't see them as friends. Yeah, it's like, well, it's like me going to Ginger going, oh, well, I like most Ginger people. I don't think you have any souls, but I think you're all right.
You're one of the good ones.
One of the good ones.
Ginger's going to go fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, goodness gracious me, made great sketches out of that stuff. No, I mean, not you. You're like one of us. You're one of the good ones. It's them other lot. That kind of shit. And it's just like, fuck off. Oh dear God. Right. Oh, FYI, any Red Dwarf fans, they just published. I'll send it to you. They just did a stage interview at Liverpool Comic Con as well, and it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I'll send it to you. Look,
I was
listen,
really excited about Red Dwarf, by the way, and but they left such a gap between 7 and 8 that it was very hard for me to get back on board with the show. And
I think Chris Barry kind of like was being constant to come back into it, and Chloe Annette was leaving.
Yeah,
it just, but still.
Also, sorry, go on, Zan.
I just like what was it, like 14 years between 7 and 8? You know, like that is ridiculous. You know, like time gap between and that cliffhanger at the end of 7 needed to be. That was a big message. I mean, I understood how it was resolved because of time and them destroying the time machine, which made the futuristic versions of them unable to kill them. I get it, but I still needed to see that resolved. You know, and like 14 years, and then when they go back and it's just not the same anymore. Like. It's just
it's because apparently sorry.
It's not the same since the two writers split, and I can't
Doug Naylor
remember
and
who.
Rob Grant. Doug Naylor and Rob Grant. Doug Naylor and Rob Grant.
Yeah, I can't remember which one of them left, but the one that we got left with was the least talented writer.
No, bollocks. It's always the way, isn't it? It's always that.
Always.
So same with the Wachowski sisters. Yeah, you got the shitty one when it came to them making Matrix, and I Matrix 4, by the way. Look, Matrix 4 for me is a big pile of shit, and a lot of friends of ours on the left loved that movie because of some of the symbolisms towards trans and gender and stuff like that. That's great, and I have no issue with that. But the film was still fucking shit. You know what I mean? It was a shit fucking movie. Yeah. And then once again, like certain people who are my friends
didn't even know it existed.
Matrix Resurgence or something?
Resurrection. Look, I didn't like Matrix 2 and 3 because for me, Matrix 1's a masterpiece. It was very hard to continue after that. But at least Matrix 2 and 3 has phenomenal fight scenes. Matrix 4 didn't even have that. You know, it was just shit in every aspect. You know, the choreography was crap. The story was crap. Everything about that film, it was absolutely awful. And then I'm trying to explain to my friends, you know, who why I didn't like it, and they're having a go at me. These are my left-leaning friends. Not all of them. There's a lot of people on the left who I know who were like me and didn't judge it on those things and just thought it was shit regardless. But there were some people who wanted to stand by the movement, and they were fundamentally left. And they weren't taking my dislike, you know, well, because I should like it, but I'm left myself.
Yeah, but when you try and
this is once again not true because there's lots of people on the left.
I hated the Matrix Resurrection, and tons of the left do stuff in it.
Yeah, but they've obviously Sorry, go on, Chris.
When you try and shoehorn an issue into a movie just to make a statement, and it has nothing to do with the story, it ruins the movie anyway. So why bother adding it? Make it organic. We're not denying it's not an issue and it shouldn't exist in movies. We're just saying that particular movie's shite.
Yeah, and also, just one sec. No, this isn't the left. This is liberals. This is the center. They're the ones that you can stick a couple of pride flags on something and they'll be fucking happy because they're like, woo, okay, I'm going to support this just because they're messaging. And it's just like, no. People on the left are just like, no, this pile of shit. Yeah, you're going to get a couple of idiots that fall into the category you posted there. But the majority will be like, no, well, let's look at this constructively. Just like how they look at Disney constructively and like, no, this is just hollow garbage. Just because you stuck a gay character in there, you've just made it their whole personality instead of just making them feel like a normal person. You've actually made the concerted effort to make them stick out for the wrong reasons rather than feel just part of the furniture. So, yeah. And this is the greatest sketch show ever made and one of the greatest shows ever made. Goodness gracious me.
Yes.
I've had Miria
Suya.
So I've had her in my cab.
Yeah, and I've met Sanjeev Bhaskar, and he is one of the loveliest people. He went and saw Omid Jalili live in Edmonton, where we went as well. So he was sitting right at the back, so I went and had a chat with him. Yeah, just fucking lovely. And Mira Suriel, yeah, you hear nothing but good things about all four of them
We're-
really. Kavinda Gear and Nina Wadia, brilliant.
For a
She's been in a
second,
few
for a
things.
second there, I thought when you said Edmonton, of course, all our names
Canada.
come from England. I'm like, oh my
Yeah.
God, you were in Edmonton?
Yes, my Edmonton is like the fucking
The
Alabama of. It's a mixture between Alabama and
She's a-
Baltimore.
Rich, she's a passenger in a cab.
Yeah, I've had her in my
Yeah.
cab. I've had Jerry Halliwell twice in my cab. I've had Maisie Williams in my cab. You know, I've had oh god, why is the names escaping me now? But I've had lots of, you know, I've had two girls from the Saturdays. Remember that shitty pop group? I've had them in my fucking cab. I've had Melanie Blank from All Saints in my cab. You know, I've had, you know, so many. I've had Christine, that Welsh opera singer.
Charlotte Church?
Charlotte, no, the
No.
other one.
Oh, Catherine Jenkins.
Catherine Jenkins. I've had
Catherine
her.
Jenkins.
I've had her in my cab, you know, and Chrissy Hind in my cab. Yeah, is that
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fake
we know that
taxi? Yeah.
Didn't you
Yeah,
have
fake
the
taxis
lady
before
from
now.
X Factor or X Files?
Who? Sorry.
Julian
The
Anderson.
woman from X
No,
Files.
I haven't had Julian Anderson. I wish I did. I've had like when it comes to like top tier guys, possibly. I've had a guy called Samuel Eto'o, who's like a footballer. He's my first celebrity ever, and he's arguably the most famous person I've had in my car. I mean, he was really famous when I had him. He was a Chelsea footballer, but he used to play for Barcelona, Inter Milan, one of the best footballers in the world at the time.
He played for,
Yeah, sorry.
I forget that he played for Chelsea.
Yeah, he was a Chelsea player when I got him in my car. I had to take a
Hmm.
selfie with him because he's my first ever celebrity, and I posted it on Facebook. And then I've had Andrew Marr, the BBC journalist, a couple of times, and like I've had Ben Whishaw, who played Q in the latest James Bond movies.
Yeah.
And Dominic Cooper and Gemma Chan. Gemma Chan was in Eternals, and Dominic Cooper was the young Howard Stark in Captain America: The First Avenger. So I've had.
Oh, that's right. My username broke his brain.
Yeah. I messaged you with something, didn't I?
Yeah. You had a whole like voice thing that you sent me. Don't forget the Paul Whitehouse one as well. that
Oh
you
yeah,
sent me.
the Paul Whitehouse. Yeah. He goes, oh yeah, thanks you, sir. The way you call Paul Whitehouse.
You
Very
should-
quirky guy.
You should
Yeah, I
start
mean-
making a list of names before you forget, because your list is going to
Unfortunately,
grow.
my list is so
Ray
big now.
Stevenson.
I have forgotten. Like I had David Suchet, who played Pyro in the series Pyro, but we actually talked about Executive Decision, where he played an Islamic terrorist. You know, so
Whose alarm is that?
that wasn't
Right.
me.
Right.
Ah,
He played an Islamic terrorist, and he told me.
Jay played Islamic terrorism in executive decision. You're
And he
right.
told me how he got along because, you know, that film had Steven Seagal and Kurt Russell and Halle Berry, and he told me how him and Halle Berry got along really well and stuff like that. Anyone from EastEnders? Yes, I have. I've had oh god, Danny Dyer. I've had him in my car. Like he came up to my cab and he goes to me, "Cab for Danny Dyer?" I go, "Yeah," and he takes a big drag out of his bag, flicks it. He goes, "Sweet as." Yeah, and then he gets in the back of my car, yeah, and he's on the phone. He's on the phone and like he's talking to his agent and he's going, "This fucking geezer, this contract, this cunt, this geezer contract, fuck geezer contract, fuck geezer contract, fucking geezer contract." That's all that's pretty much what he's saying the whole fucking time. You know, while he's in the back of my car. Probably like he's so different to Ray Winston, but Ray Winston doesn't try to put it on that he's a Cockney, that he's an East Londoner. Danny Dyer always like to remind people that he's East London, that he's Cockney. You know what I mean? He loves to remind people all the fucking time. So, yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So we just quickly. Did you guys see the clip of like? I can't play it here because it'll get copyright stricken. Of Israel getting booed at the Eurovision semi-finals.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm
Yeah.
not surprised. I'm not surprised by it either. You know,
They still went through though. So that's very fucking sus. Who voted them? for it?
Look, for me, Israel shouldn't be in any European competition, but they're not a fucking European country. You know, they want to claim themselves to be part of the Middle East, and you're in the fucking Middle East. So what the fuck are you doing in Eurovision? What the hell are you doing in European Championships of football?
Yeah,
fucking cunts.
I agree. They should be isolated off into the Middle East where they belong.
Yeah.
But yeah, they shouldn't be allowed in the competition. They should be banned. If they banned Russia like that, okay, but them and Azerbaijan are allowed to compete. It's ridiculous because again, people don't understand. Azerbaijan is committing genocide in
Armenia.
Yeah, in Armenian territory. They've gone in, and that war has been funded by fucking Israel and Turkey.
It affected us as a football team because we had to play a football match in Azerbaijan, and we have an Armenian player that was oh god, what was his name? What was his name? He played for you guys as well, guys.
Oh, I don't even.
I met him actually. I met him at Tesco's. Oh god, I need to
play for Dortmund as well.
Yeah, play for Dortmund. Yeah, Google it now.
Yeah, you just met him at Tesco's, right? Like
I met him at Tesco's as well. Funnily enough,
that just happens all the time.
Yeah, because he's part of the Alexis Sanchez trade.
We went shopping for beans together.
Tesco's to Americans is like Walmart.
Why don't?
Yeah.
Just football players, just generally. What the hell? Arsenal.
Well, you're looking that up.
Mkhitaryan. Henrik.
Oh yeah, Henrik Mkhitaryan.
Yeah.
Mkhitaryan. Yeah.
I saw him in Brentford. I go, Henrik, and he went like this. And I just shook his hand.
Was he allowed to play in Azerbaijan? I can't remember.
No, he wasn't. He didn't play because he was Armenian.
Yeah. Yeah, that was it.
Anyway, so can we finally talk about Elon Musk telling J.K. Rowling to calm it?
Oh yeah, go for it, mate.
Right, so yeah, Elon Musk apparently has grown backbone or something, and was like commented on a J.K. Rowling tweet about.
I've got your back, Gary. I've got your back. Hang on, mate. I've got your back.
I'm probably gonna disagree with you, Gary, but go ahead.
Can you give me a second, Gary? I need to pee so badly.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'll zoom in and the audience can see it.
You guys can talk about it. I've got my headphones in. I'm listening.
Don't pee badly. Pee well.
Okay. Yes. So basically, Elon Musk actually grew, I don't know, a conscience, maybe a little bit, and disagreed with J.K. Rowling written about like trans people again. I mean, at this point, she's obsessed. I mean, there are no other words for it.
Yeah. So to put it into context here, so look, J.K. Rowling said some crap about women, trans women, blah blah, and then Elon Musk is like, "While I heartily agree with your point regarding sex and gender, may I suggest also posting interesting and positive content on other matters." So that's basically saying he's so sick and tired of her obsession with trans people that he's just like, love, change the fucking record. Okay, you keep talking about the same shit. And this is it. Like, if you go on a Twitter feed, it is just talking about trans people, nothing else. She has become, it's not about protecting women. It's not about women this, women that. It's just that she has an unbelievable bigotry towards trans women. And it's only trans women. She doesn't even know about trans men.
It's not growing a conscience, Gary. I'm sorry. It's just him basically saying, I don't want to hear any more about it, even though I agree with it. So I would disagree that it's growing a conscience.
I said a little.
Not a little. Okay. I wouldn't even say a little. I just think he just probably fed up of hearing it.
Just like fucking change the records.
Because the guy doesn't give a shit about it. He's got a trans daughter and he doesn't give a fuck about her. So
yeah.
You know,
I appreciate, Gary, that you are a very good friend and pro trans rights. We all are. And I love how you're on this topic just about every show. But just because I disagree with you about Elon Musk doesn't mean I disagree on this topic with you.
No. I wasn't saying it's just that what I'm trying to say is that like JK is I mean, I generally don't know how this has happened. Where she's gone from me, like she made some points that I kind of disagreed with, but it seems to be reasonable, to where she is now, which is full on flaming bigoted idiot, basically.
Yeah. Just a complete bigoted idiot. And people will be like, oh no, it's just that she has an opinion that she wrote a fucking book about a trans murderer, serial killer. All right. She is, okay, absolute garbage as a human. And she is obsessed with trans people to the point where I'm like, did your fucking husband leave you for a trans woman? Is this what happened? There's questions need to be asked. And the thing is, it annoys me because, okay, she was on a great path up until 2019. This is when her views kind of spilled out. She was genuinely like talking about women's rights, and she suffered domestic abuse and all this kind of stuff from previous marriages and all this kind of shit. And you're like, okay, we get it. She's using her money to go towards goodwill and all this kind of stuff. But then all of a sudden, it just took a left turn. And it's just like, trans this and trans that and trans this. And now it's just to the point where that's all she fucking talks about. And it's just like, okay, well, I'm sorry, but if you genuinely do care about women and protecting women, all that, why aren't you posting about this government's refusal to do something about the rampant abuse women suffer every day? How the law always looks at women as the culprits rather than the victims. Where is your outrage there? Where was your outrage about the upskirting thing? Where was your outrage about women being murdered by their stalkers or partners and all that? Complete silence. Where was your outrage about the officer that murdered Sarah Everard and all this kind of stuff? Complete fucking silence. The threat is trans people. The fuck it is. Okay, if you genuinely cared, you would use your money and your power to genuinely push for change. Okay, but that's not what she's doing. She's just using her money and her power to target trans women. And when I say she's using her money, I mean she's legitimately using her money and her power, giving money to fucking bigots and Nazis and institution and movements that are trans exclusionary. Okay, and fuck her with everything. She is patient zero in this country for the uptick in hatred, and not just hatred towards trans women, but government actively changing the laws in this fucking country, sending the trans movement backwards. So fuck her, and I wish her nothing but pain and suffering should she ever get to that point. Scumbag. It's not a difference of opinion. Fuck off, Rick. And if you say that again, I'm going to put you on timeout, because a difference of opinion is saying, look, I don't agree with it. That's my thing. But when you're actively trying to suppress and destroy and derail an entire movement, okay, that is hatred and that's bigotry.
No, a difference of opinion. A true difference of opinion is, I like the color green, you like the color blue.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, or I hate religion, I don't agree with it, but you do you, that's fine. You know, it's as simple as that. To put that into
I actually agree with what you said earlier. Like, I do think that she has been like shell shocked by some extremely beautiful trans women who look so feminine and so gorgeous that it is derailed her. You know, and well, fuck, it's bad enough for her that she's probably got competition against other women. Now she's got a competition against trans women as well. And I say that in the most misogynistic way. I apologize.
No, of course, I get what you mean.
Yeah, but you know, I do feel that because this relentless tirade against them is ridiculous.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, I like, I mean, because everything you just said is absolutely right. Like, she could use her influence to actually help women. Like, for example, you just mentioned it before about domestic abusers, right? She could literally, with her power of money and her influence, say, right, you need to create a policy where you are helping women get out of domestic abuse situations, where there could be a halfway house, or there could be like easy ways to report, because a lot of women are scared to report it now. And you could have said, well, you need better reporting and need to put in these protections in. but she doesn't. But again, it's trans people that are a problem. She could do. She could like you've mentioned before, Paddy, on this very channel that like if you rape somebody and it's a first offence, you only get 7 years. She could use her influence to increase that and sexual assault and stuff like that. She could also use her influence to talk about, let's say, the way that single mothers are fucked over. And as a single mother herself, she should know about that.
And listen, and the thing is, Gary, as well, on that point, I guarantee you, if she suddenly stopped like the trans hate train and then just actually turned her focus to women and women's rights, the very people that have boosted her ego and gotten on her side and propped her up and pushed her to far right, those very people would turn on her on a fucking dime. Because they'd be like, what do you mean women's rights? What is this? Oh, it's fucking woke rubbish and all this kind of shit. I guarantee if she went after governments and MPs, okay, on actual rights and changing the laws to better punish assaulters and rapists and all this kind of shit, those very people would turn against her. Okay. They don't want equality for women, let alone trans women. Zam.
They were already against her earlier on in when she was bringing out her Harry Potter books and the Harry Potter films were coming out, because they were saying that she promoted witchcraft and shit like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the moment she starts becoming anti-trans, all right, you're fine now. We're cool. We're cool. We're cool. You're cool.
The amount of arguments I had with fellow Christians on whether J.K. Rowling was satanic was loads. Like a lot of loads of them going, "Oh, she's satanic because she's promoting witchcraft." I went, "It's a fictional book, mate. It's a fictional book about a person who doesn't exist."
Exactly, Gary. I'm sorry.
Christine.
Sorry, go on, Chris.
Just quick, Zam, I'm sorry. Not only that, look in the Bible. There's witches in there too.
And dragons and stuff like that. But what annoys me the most is that still to this day, we're having people go on about witchcraft and demonic possession. It's like, come on, man! Like, I just can't handle this anymore. Like, and you got these people want to be taken seriously. They feel that they have a serious point and shit like that. This is, but once again, the moment they're on your side of the bigotry train, and you give all that shit a pass. Like, why? Oh man, I want to smack my head against my table so badly because this shit is just so frustrating, and annoying that we're having to deal with all this shit. This is just not right.
And let's be perfectly clear. Okay, for anyone that says, "Oh, she couldn't change anything," I've said before, she's patient zero for sending this country backwards and even having policies overturned just so these fucking governments can jump on the fucking hate bandwagon. She could, and I guarantee the governments will they will fucking get the knives out if she tried to push for more women's rights and better prosecution against actual abusers. But she doesn't. She's a waste of human space. Absolute garbage, and doesn't deserve. And I'd go after people like that with great prejudice. I'd treat them like Nazis because they're not fucking.
The bigger issue is the sentencing and prosecution of SA.
Yeah.
In
this country, it's disgusting. And if you're a paedophile, fucking, you end up as a lord rather than getting arrested.
Yeah, exactly. Or in line for the throne. I'm got this clip for you. This is a serious clip, guys. Check it out.
Asking for help. Fortunately, that isn't necessary anymore, but this is a good opportunity for us to take a moment and acknowledge how important acting quickly on stuff like this is, how important social media is for helping solve situations like this, and quite frankly, the reason that I do what I do. This happened in Hillsboro, Oregon, and if things that involve DV are triggering for you, you may want to skip this video. But a woman got an alert from her Blink doorbell camera that there was motion outside, and anyone who has these kind of cameras knows, by the time you get the alert and you click it, and it loads and it plays, usually like a good 30, 40 seconds have gone by. Like if a kid is going to ding dong ditch you, they're long gone by the time you're watching the video. So she got an alert, clicked on the video, and this is what she saw.
Please help me! Please help me!
That's terrifying. So she immediately contacted police, and she took the video and she posted it online on Facebook. She posted it there. She may have posted it on Nextdoor as well. Posted that up. And then shortly after that, the Hillsborough Police Department made their own posts on social media asking for the public's help in identifying these people, that they felt a crime had definitely been committed, and they were concerned for the well-being of this woman, and they were hoping people would shed some light on it. Well, the good news is people locally saw it and contacted police and told them who the people were. And today they announced that they made an arrest. The guy in the video was arrested, and he has been charged with kidnapping. They said this wasn't like a random thing. It wasn't like he was grabbing some stranger off the street. They knew each other, but it was still serious. Her life was still in danger. And thanks to that person having that camera, seeing what they saw, immediately contacting police, putting the stuff online, and people sharing it and interacting with it, didn't even need me. By the time I got involved, the wheels were already turning and they had been found. And that's the great thing about it. Sometimes just local community things like the Nextdoor app, that is enough to help people out, to get people found, to enact change. So to everyone who shares stuff like this, everyone who follows me and does that, thank you. This is what it does. This is why we do this. That woman is now safe, and hopefully this guy is going to face consequences for what he did.
Probably not.
Fucking hell. That
Like,
is
can you believe
scary.
it? Yeah, but
That's-
yeah.
Just
When she
because-
just got grabbed at the door, you know, like that. It's like I mean, you see stuff like in horror movies, and then there she is, like, please help me, and the guy
Well,
just dragged her away. My God,
Just the sound of her voice. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, are they fucking about? No, that was not acting. The way she screamed was not a fake scream. It wasn't even, oh, we're just fighting, me and my boyfriend, I don't want to be around him scream. That was a terrified for your life scream.
Yeah. What was his fucking
go through?
motives? I mean, what the fuck, man? What is wrong with
Well,
that?
he's a man, isn't he? Unfortunately, and men are capable of doing these things, and and
But why would you pick a bear? Why would you want to pick the bear? Are you stupid? Bears are dangerous.
I'm very happy in my life that I went through severe humiliation in my life by a woman to make me really be very self-aware, to never be those sort of men, and that happened to me at a young age. I think I was 21 when that happened to me.
So much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happened to me when I was 21, and I was seeing a girl who was like 27
Right.
at the time, and she really put me in my fucking place. And it was the best thing to ever happen to me, even though I was embarrassed by it. I looked like an idiot in front of my friends and all of that. But I'm so
great.
much better off. I'm so much better off for that moment, because there's nothing worse than making, for me personally, when I've had women in my cab and I've made them feel uncomfortable by accident. There's nothing worse than that. Or some shit like that. I hate that feeling. I don't want to be known. I don't want that woman getting that feeling off me, because I don't want to be projecting that feeling onto them. I'm not trying to. I'm just fucking giving them a lift or whatever. And then this level of like possessiveness. It's just I
But-
don't get it anymore.
Sam, you're great because you learned. Like, we all make mistakes. We all grow as human beings. You recognized it and you did something about it. That's one of the reasons I love you so much.
Thank you very much, Chris. And trust me, I've had at times of in previous relationships and stuff like that. We've had our back and forth, and I've tried to maybe get back with a particular person and shit like that, and it's failed. But then I just move on. Such as I'm not perfect and all of that sort of stuff, but I'll never ever want to be like these people. Like when there's clips on TikTok full of them, of these women who get their phones up because some creeper just come up to them and started trying to chat them up, and they won't take no for an answer, and they won't leave these girls alone, and the girls are feeling intimidated. And the moment you feel like, if you're not self-aware enough to know that a girl is being scared of your presence, then you're a fucking scumbag. Why would you want that? I mean, it's just incredible. There's nothing worse for me than making a woman feel scared by me. I hate doing that because it makes me feel I'm ashamed of myself when I do that.
I know.
Even if it's unintentional. You know?
Gary, I know you really want to talk this subject, but I'm taking precedence because I'm a woman. You know, like those videos you're talking about when guys won't take no for an answer. I've seen videos where a woman's very polite and says no, and then men get online and criticize her for, you know, not being strong enough or being misleading or sending mixed signals. And then there'll be another video of a woman being like, no, get away from me. I don't want to talk to you. And men will get online. You should have just been more polite. You didn't have to be so rude.
You can't win. You can't win.
Yeah. Sorry, Gary.
Sorry. I mean, maybe it's just that this channel, but like, I mean, the fact that there's part of me that thought, is this going to be a wind up? Is this going to be like one of those flaming sit up knobheads who flame do tricks on people? But the person who had the video did exactly the right thing. She went to the police, she went to everybody, you got the person found, which is all fake. The thing is that I got turned down recently. You know what I did? Nothing. I've
had a wank and that was it.
No, it's like I said to her, "Do you want to meet?" I said to her, "Do you want to meet up?" She says, oh, "I'm busy." But okay, and that's exactly what my reaction was. I was like, "Okay," because at the end of the day, she has the right to say no. She has the right to say yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I go on with my life.
And you have a right. You have a right to ask politely, once. And you did the perfect thing. Another reason I love you too. And don't feel left out. Ginger, I love you as well.
No, don't worry. I thrive on hatred, so it's all good, honey.
Yeah.
No, just look. This is the philosophy of John Travolta. Just gonna have one drink, and you're just gonna go say your goodbyes, go home, jerk off, go to sleep. That's it. That's from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
I remember.
Well, that's the philosophy of goes. Be like, okay, she says no. I'm just gonna have one drink. Just gonna go home, jerk off, go to sleep. That's it. That's I always go back to that because it's just something me and my friend would always say.
He was in the mirror in the bathroom.
What?
Was he in the bathroom?
No, just watch some porn and jerk off, go to bed, kind of thing.
No. Travolta was in the bathroom in the mirror.
Yeah, he was in the bathroom.
Yeah,
getting calm and all this kind of shit. But the reason I come back to that is because I had a friend of mine and my cousin as well, who was, like that, just didn't like rejection. And the thing is, it's not like they would take rejection lightly. It was like a trigger word for them. So it's like red mist kind of come over them, and they'd get really fucking persistent and pushy, and then get more and more upset. And then obviously it would result to kind of name calling and all this kind of shit. And every time me and my other friend would interject and say, look, all right, just calm down. She said no, go have a drink, and we'll go home, jerk off, go to sleep. And that was it. But obviously, a lot of the times they'd still be that persistent. I'll be like, okay, if you carry on, I'm going to punch you in the face. I will punch you in the face. I will knock you out. I will take you home. I will jerk you off, and I'll go to sleep.
No, it reminds me, Ginger, of like those times when someone will be like, hey, you're cute. Can I take you on a date or something, right? And you're like, no. Slut! It's like,
yeah, that's it.
Wait a second. Second ago, you wanted to make love to me, either verbally or probably physically as well, and thought I was a great gal because you approached me, because this has happened to me, and asked me out. But as soon as I say no, all of a sudden I'm not a desirable person. Second ago, I was.
But I think it's because there's a lot of still in 2024. There's a lot of orders put on men to have a body count. And once that mindset, and as much as that might sound a bit sexist to you, Christine, it's still a reality that
I believe you.
Like even I've been shaved because my body count isn't that high. People said, "Oh, why is it that low?"
But you just said it's not important, Gary. So you got to click that switch in your head and say that's
still
toxic. That's toxic. Doesn't matter.
No,
right?
but I'm just noting that switch still exists. I mean,
yes.
I can ignore it, but that switch unfortunately still exists. That's why I'm speaking to it. That unfortunately it still exists in men. That there is this sort of like, oh, you've only slept with 3 women or 4 women. You must be a virgin, or you must have did this, that, and the other. It's just like, no, it's just like that's the women that I've managed to relate with and I've got off with. This is it.
The thing is, as well, I mean, we talked about it last week with the whole man bear thing, and I have to keep stopping myself from saying man bear pig, fucking South. With the whole man bear situation, I'm like, when I said men are fragile bitches, and I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, men are a lot more fragile than they realize, and they don't realize it, and they can't come to terms with their own fragility because of the whole machismo bollocks that surrounds so-called masculinity. And that's not masculinity. Masculinity is being comfortable with who you are, being fucking confident about who you are, and obviously being a nice person to people and all this kind of shit. Obviously that, it's not about, oh, the man does this and the man must this and bitches this and that, and you shouldn't be friends with women and you should all this kind of shit. It's like, when there's a group of women in my circle that are going out, I'm the first person they would call, because they know with me it's good times are going to be had. I'm the one that gets the party guy and has a good time, all this kind of shit. And at the end of the day, I'm like, don't fucking touch me, and I go home, kind of thing. That's my. But that's my. You've built that trust with you, and there is no greater wingman than a woman. All right, it's as simple as that. They see you with couple of women out, and they're like, okay, this guy's cool, he's approachable, this kind of shit. And then next thing you know, blah blah blah, your friends talk you up. Well, bam.
I make a good wingman. I know when I was in Saskatchewan, Saskatoon, they're very friendly people out there. Women will talk to you in the bathroom. I was from Toronto at the time. That just wouldn't happen. You go to the bathroom, no one talks to you. But literally, people go to the bathroom and you don't know them, and they're talking to you in the woman's bathroom. And I'm like, oh, yeah, meet them. Hi, my name is blah, blah, blah. Why don't you come back to my table and meet my friends? Because I was with the Army and I'd have like 4 guys with me. That's probably why they talk to me, probably. But always, they like, let's go to the bar, Christine. And we get there, like, go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but that's how it is. You know what I mean? Like, some people just have that aura about them as well. They know who's approachable and who isn't, and like, women know this shit. You know what I mean? They fucking know this shit. They know who they. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is that the thing is that you want to portray yourself as a safe person. The thing is that because I'm pretty well built, I'm a pretty bulky guy, and I'm pretty tall. I have to be. People can see me as intimidating. Plus, because I'm dyspraxic, I can be a bit. That I have to look at people, unfortunately, to make sure I don't bump into them. And the thing is that I want, because the thing is, women have enough problems without me making them feel uncomfortable. That's the way that I look at it. And the thing is if I can do anything that negates that, I will do it. Because
sorry, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, please.
But as I said, if I approach a woman and she says no, okay, I'll wish her a good night, and I'll say, all right, see you later.
And I want you to know that I do know that these things exist for men, and they are not right, and they're not cool. That there's these expectations, whether it's the one you brought up, or Ginger brought up, and others, a myriad of other things. They're not right, and I wish they didn't exist. But I would look to your own sex, not for all of it, but for a lot of it, because you guys put a lot of pressure on your own people.
Oh, 100%. No, but that's the thing, Christine. Like, a lot of it is man-made. Just like the same as like women, like would feel like they have to be at competition with each other, and there's always like very judgmental about each other and all this kind of shit. Yeah. And it's that men that just be like, hey, you're not man enough. You need to be masculine. You gotta go to this, go to that. Oh, you're not man. You're a pussy. All this kind of shit.
Yeah.
So there is. There's always social pressures that fall into it, but I've never been one to fall into the peer pressure group. I've just been like, no, I don't want to do that. And what the fuck are you going to do if I don't do that? What am I? Like, I'm not threatened by anyone, unless I have a knife, obviously, then yeah, okay, that's different. But the point is, I know what I liked. I know what I was comfortable doing. And what I was doing was being, expressive in certain situations and introverted in other situations. And that's my comfort zone. I'm not going to go outside of that, because outside of that is generic, boring,
inauthentic. It's inauthentic. You're not being yourself.
Exactly.
Some of the most attractive men to me are the ones that are most comfortable being mistaken for being gay. Sorry, some of the most attractive heterosexual men to me are
no,
the
I get what
ones
you mean.
that are not uncomfortable if someone thought they were gay or hit on them.
I've been mistaken for being gay. Then again, I'm halfway there. I'm halfway there already. So
well, there you go. But it's when they're like their own masculinity is not threatened. I think that's a great quality.
But the funny thing is a lot of women, from my experience, is that if they're not threatening, or if they're comfortable within their masculinity, that is a great open door. That is a great invite, because that sends a signal that this person is comfortable with who they are. Therefore, getting along with them is going to be a piece of piss, because there's no complexities with their mental health or all this kind of
no ego,
happy to do whatever, be silly and all this kind of shit. And that's look,
an overactive
the last
ego.
I went on, it was me and 3
violence. Sorry, I keep interrupting.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, what I mean again is like I said, the last one it was me and 3 women, and we had a fucking great time. And it was just on the dance floor, lots of dancing, lots of having a good laugh, all this kind of shit, and not giving a fuck. You know what I mean? It's just be comfortable that you don't have to follow the societal norms, and as long as your norms don't harm other people, it's a great it's a great attractive quality in a person. But you have to let go of what you think is the norm.
Mm-hmm.
And
I want to show. You guys were talking about this, and it just reminded me of this clip with Matt Berry. Yeah, it's a classic.
Oh God, we better not get struck for this.
Listen, I think this is a good time to end the show as well. We're at the end as well, so if we do get struck for this or whatever, sorry, it shit happens, but we are going to end it if we do get struck for this. All right. I mean, so if we do so let's go.
Hello. Can I help you with that?
Are you sure?
Absolutely. My lady is in distress, and I'm here to rescue her.
Thanks. They say chivalry's dead, but I think you're making a pretty strong case for its revival.
Well, I'm always ready to help a beautiful lady. I help the ugly ones as well, but I definitely say you're in the former camp. Where am I taking this?
Well, it's only a few streets away. I'm moving in with my boyfriend,
Fuck
Ian.
Saw that coming.
You must be Quick Finch's granddaughter. You're much better looking than he is. Imagine trying to kiss that.
I like this actor.
Let me take these to your table.
Oh, Matt
Thank
Berry's
you,
the best.
handsome. The gin and tonic's from my sister Ruth.
Okay.
This one is for Stacey.
Hello.
And if you could hand this one to my boyfriend.
Fuck you.
We're scared.
So why would a beautiful woman like you be looking at flats?
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Probably better to stop it and start it anyway.
Yeah.
I
Less
love
chance to
him
get
in IT.
IT grad, yeah, he's brilliant.
What does that mean?
It means why put bay windows on a shit house? Clearly, a woman as beautiful as you would be living in Kensington Gardens.
Really? I think so.
I don't think so. I know so.
It's like what my boyfriend was saying the other day.
Fuck you.
The best one is I think it's the one. This is the best
Hello
one.
there, beautiful.
Oh, hello.
Yes, sir.
I guess I need a shorter lead. Oh,
yeah?
thank you so much. You're such a gentleman.
Well, it has been said that I'm a gentleman, but never
Oh.
a gentleman.
I know.
Can I accompany you in your journey?
Sure. I've got to get Scruffy back to my boyfriend, and then
Fuck you.
I knew it.
The other dog.
You're quite an
That's what does wicked.
There's 2 miles, and yet you have spent
Oh,
about
it's
3
so
words.
good.
If I were bolder, I'd say you were in love, sir. Ah, a swing! How
No, I was
charming!
giving you food. You're not getting any more food.
Didn't you, Master Berry?
You'd be
I would
vomiting
be
and
honoured
shit
if my lady
everywhere.
were to christen the rope folly I have erected.
Oh, I know what's happening here too.
Oh, yes.
I say, over here.
Sir, it's Rupert. Look, on the horse. Yoo-hoo!
Hello.
A friend of yours, I presume?
My fiancé.
Fuck you.
And he walked 2 miles to get there.
Oh, it's enough.
Victoria Park Hotel.
Okay, I think that's enough.
Oh.
I'm a bit worried about getting copyrighted, you know.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, it's BBC. But
Yeah,
What's his name again? The actor?
Matt Berry.
Matt Berry?
Yeah.
Matt
Berry.
He was in Fallout, actually, the series Fallout. He played the robot.
Well, I saw him in IT and something else.
IT Crowds, yeah.
IT Crowds.
What we do in the shadows. IT Crowds.
Yeah, what they do in the shadows.
No.
That's
Matt?
Yeah. Fox. Darth Marenghi's Dark Place. You gotta watch
Darth
that.
Marenghi's Dark Place is awesome, man.
What's his name?
Matt Berry.
Matt Berry.
Matt Berry. Darth Marenghi's Dark Place is one of the fucking
It's
funniest.
a homage to the 80s.
Have you ever seen him do Toast of Tinseltown or Toast of London?
Oh yeah, Toast of Tinseltown or Toast.
Toast of London.
Toast is another good one. Toast and
Yeah.
Toast of Tinseltown. So Toast, the first 3 series were on Channel 4, and Toast of Tinseltown was on BBC.
Oh, I love Toast in Tinseltown. That was so good.
Yeah, he also did White Rabbit, but I found that shit.
Okay, guys, shall we wrap it up now?
Sure.
4 hours.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, wrap it up.
Your show,
Yeah.
you
All right,
wrap it
guys.
up.
Well, that's the end of our show. I want to thank everyone that joined us. Thank you to everyone in the comments. Thank you to my co-hosts. Once again, lovely conversation that flowed like diarrhea out of a buffalo. And the notes. Join us on Sunday where we will be reviewing Doctor Who. It's back. And let's see if it'll be any good. And will I like Ncuti Gatwa, or will I continue to not like him from what I've seen so far? The mystery continues. Bye.